Hello, friends. Hello, and welcome. My name is Jeff here with Billy, and we are very excited to welcome you into our 23-24 season of NECC Overwatch. Woo, I'm ready to get this started. Billy, I smell that. It smells nice. What is that?
Is that new season smell?
That is new season smell.
New season smell. Yay!
One of my favorites. One of my absolute favorites.
It has been a long Overwatch winter for us here, and finally we
summer,
are
but
seeing
yes,
the warmth of the sun. Summer, whatever. There's a southern hemisphere too. Come on. Okay, so yeah, we got 3 matches up for you all today. We were going to start out with Center College right up against Pittsburgh Technical College Jackalope Watchers. That's going to be our first matchup coming out the gate. And here's the rest of our schedule for the day. We're going to have New Haven Chargers up against Rensselaer Polytechnical Institute. And then we'll end up the day off of Sacramento State Gold against GFU Esports. And this should be a banger of a match all day long. We are very excited to be back with all of you. And we'll take a look at Center College's roster coming up here very shortly as we wait for that to come through. There it is. Doo-doo-boo-doo and Adama are going to be your DPS. Blaku. It's going to be your tank. Blaku. Sorry, it's Blaku. I made sure to write that down and I totally spaced it out. Rat King and Big Soup will be following up into their support roles. And we were talking about it.
I mean, this team has been in NECC for quite some time. Veteran status here in NECC. Blaku, the senior on this squad, the captain of this squad, and the tank, who will be leading the charge and really set the pace and try to get Center College a good start here in the 2023-24 season. This is the Emergence Mid-East Division, and it's one where Center College has always been scary here in this division, but they're going to have some newcomers as their opponents today, Billy.
Yeah, we've got Pittsburgh Technical College coming in here, the Jackalope Watchers. Blue 2-2 is going to start off the DPS there, and actually was an exchange student in Germany at Studiert auf Deutschland genauso. So, yeah, very good for them. Will be alongside them in the damage department. Lots of Genji play we're expecting from Owo. Schlurp. And we just decided that we're going to add the little shush sound to it because I don't think I could possibly pronounce this without putting a little shush on it. Gamer Mike and BK Foot Lettuce will be in the support role. And, well, yeah. I
don't know how I feel about that last one, Billy. Just on gamer tag alone, like I have mixed feelings inside every time I say the word BK Foot Lettuce. But
it sounds like something bad for Burger King.
Woo! Gamer Mike, Eagle Scout here, freshman on this squad, very impressive. But I think the highlight has to be Owo. Just straight Genji main. And this meta, Genji is looking pretty darn strong. And I think Owo will be the one to kind of lead the charge and see if they can lead with their DPS. Expect the high firepower coming out of Owo and Blue to really get the job done here for PTC.
Absolutely, and everything's going to get started on Nepal today as we take a look at our map selections of the day. This is how we're going to run through this season. We will always at least get to see Nepal, or we'll get to see Control, Hybrid, and Flashpoint, our newest mode. But after that, we'll have Push, Escort, and Control to round it out should we go very, very deep into a series. However, for what we start out with today is Nepal, talking about meta. Right now, everybody is playing this Symmetra Bastion or a Genji Bastion with an Orisa. You're seeing Zarya very heavy with the patch update. Hamden went absolutely nuts today.
I love where this meta is at, honestly. Yeah. I feel like there is quite a bit of variety and good room to work on, whatever the strength of your team is. It doesn't feel like it is hard stuck on just one composition or even one kind of style with maybe you just switch a DPS around. We are seeing poke heavy compositions with Orisa and Bapayari. We're seeing the rush stuff heavily featured with the Zarya, some Sebastian, as you mentioned, kind of thrown in on both varieties, kind of dive versions of Sebastian as well as straight rush versions of Sebastian. It is such a wonderful variety of compositions and creativity that is in this meta, and it is so fun to watch. And I'm ready to kick this season off. We are about to get in is week 1, and we are getting the whole year started right. Center College taking on Pittsburgh Technical College. Oh, we're ready. I'm on the edge of my seats. We're about to get doors open.
I mean, for a color caster like me, there are moments where I'm not sure if my ADHD is actually a good thing because I'm going all over the place looking to see where are you teleporting, where are you setting up, do you have an Idioti? Are you going to play the Zarya? If you're playing the Zarya, are you going to be countered by a Junker Queen? I mean, the chess roulette of the tank position right now, Jeff, is something that's so fascinating to me because if you run Orisa, Zarya is a perfect counter right now, especially with that enhancement to the projected barrier bubble. I like the way that these teams are running right now. The only downside to running the Zarya is once those bubbles are gone, you're pretty much left to the mercy of your support staff. So we need to see how this is going to go out. We're going to start out on, it looks like Village. No, it's going to be Shrine that we are starting out to begin the map.
Yep, as we get in, take a look what our teams want to start off with. Blakey showing us the Reinhardt, some flavors of the Legend Spitfire coming out with Adama on the Symmetra, teleporting around. We'll see if they stick with that out of the gate. But, I mean, that's been a wonderful 1-2 punch and a fun combo to watch here recently.
I love it. I think it's absolutely doable. I think that you can run very hard into it. Looks like a Blue 2-2 is actually going to be on tank here, and Slurp is going to be on the Junkrat here. So a little bit of role swappage here that we were not expecting, but maybe this because we're running the Zarya, you want to have a DPS player in there that can hit those right clicks with rapidity.
Wrecking in the back, throwing an orb on point, making sure that Big Suit can stay alive alongside Blakey. His first control has already gone over to Center College. And Blakey just holding down that wall, shielding against the incoming Junkrat spam. We'll try to jump down, see if they can find an opening to get onto this point, but are just going to get melted. Combination of Adam's Symmetra Beam and that big hammer. That's too much to overcome. And now Center College are free to move from outside the safety of that objective and start cleaning up the rest of these kills.
You have so much sustain here with the Moira Orb and with the single pocketing coming out from Big Soup for Center College. I mean, Ultimate's coming up online here for Center College. You're looking for a Shatter. I think Shatter right now, especially since you're running the Zarya, unless you get countered out by maybe getting slept during the animation, not much to defend against it. The good thing for PTC, though, is that they're coming up on a tire, and once you get beyond that big rectangle of health, you got a pretty flimsy back line.
Teleporter now up. Oh, and Dudu gets immediately taken down. Good cover from Slurp onto that teleporter. Everybody that came through was just subject to massive explosions out of the Junkrat. Blakey trying to bring this fight back. A little bit of late heroics to find the Ana. Big K foot lettuce and back onto the point goes Blakey with the Shatters. Going to pick up Owo with that. 97 to Blade. They are gone and now swinging away with a Mercy in their pocket. Blakey is still holding court and demands attention from everyone.
Oh, you love to see it. You absolutely love to see just the cojones of a Rhine main just going and wading forth into the battle and just swinging with impunity, having Big Soup there to pocket the whole time. Actually went down to about 50 health before we saw them get the healing resources coming back through. Now, you're looking at a Coalescence coming in here, but double DPS ultimates here from PTC should create a lot of havoc for Center College. Last
opportunity. Tire to start things off. Fire Strike's going to hit it. Let's see what you got next. It's the Nano Blade is going to be the ace in the hole here. Owo has got the Nano, and out comes the Katana into the back, and one is already down. Wanted to get the Coalescing Moira, but he'll settle for that Mercy instead. Rat King's able to life through it. Death Blossom's going to pick up 3! As Dudu shows up with the absolute trump card you really needed in first rounds going to Center College. This is how we kick off the season.
I mean, it's explosive, it's dynamic, it's tasty, it's spicy, it's nutritious as well, and it gets delicious. You a sub-map win for Center College. I mean, they played that pretty about as well as you probably could. We always have some early season jitters from both teams, but Center College really settled down into the mid-fight. Once they got to about 50%, they understood what the assignment was. This blade was actually pretty darn good, Jeff. I was just surprised that they weren't able to do anything else in the back, but they almost got the deflect there on a Dudu, but the Vampire Healing actually keeps them up through it. And now we'll see Sanctum. So Blue 2-2, the German exchange student, is going to go over to my favorite donkey horse in the whole wide world. Still running the same DPS line, but we've got BK Foot Lettuce onto the Mercy now. So who is going to be your target for amping the damage? I would assume I would be giving it to Storm to try and get them to an early tire.
A bit of extra punching power out of the back. Center College sticking with the Symmetra Reaper. It's already served him well. Dudubudu's able to pick up first kill. That one will get res. Oh, man. BK Footlights did such a good job to evade that and get out of there alive. But Slurp is going to go down for the second time. Now trying to push out. Bluetooth is separated from the rest of the team. That deflect wears off. Gary Mike is going to fall to a fire strike. And Center College have managed to muscle their way all the way to PTC's door here.
I tell you what, Jeff, the Center College definitely wins this fight, and they take first control here. But I like the stability of having the Orisa now. Bluetooth 2 is understanding that you need to take Blakeu out of this situation. You keep swinging, you got the pocket there, but there's enough damage there. They should be able to burst them down.
I think that teleporter might have got interrupted. Still has the cooldown, though. Oh, it's a lot of damage on the Bluetooth. Fortify is just starting to fade, and the heals come in just in the nick of time. But there's a coalescence from Center College. They want to continue to press the issue. Find Owo with it, who had their ultimate ready to go. Now teleported in the back. Dudubudu. Looking for someone to use this Death Blossom, but a Terror Surge up front might have just thwarted their plans. Now they're kind of stuck in the back after Rainform to catch back up with the rest of the team. But PTC have an opening. They have Blakey way far forward. Lucky to get out of that one alive. Blade now going to come out. Tyre with it. Shatter's still in the pocket. Blakey didn't even need it. Oh, will get res. The Tyre falls on deaf ears, though. And finally, the Shatter is here to put an end to this fight.
Oh, my Lord. I mean, that's a lot to unpack right there, Jeff. I mean, we saw ultimates come out from both sides. I think that Coalescence came out so early that PTC were not expecting it. And then you just saw the back and forth extravaganza come through. Oh, swapping over to a May now to try and get a little bit of a space and cushion here to allow them to get on this point. We're at 70% and counting.
Yes, could be the last opportunity. Maywall already is. They were not able to trap Blakeu with it. Really hoping to isolate the Reinhardt, but Blake's been doing such a good job with their positioning.
Oh my God.
It sets up beautiful plays like this as Dudubudu just levels the playing field.
I mean, Owo does get the conciliatory headshot with the icicle, but it's rezzed up. It's done. I mean, that is two multi-person blossoms cutting out, and the Captain Sun comes out.
Another coalescence here. Bluetooth just good job just to make it onto the point. Keep this map alive, but to say it's an uphill battle is a bit of an understatement. Bluetooth is just doing good to stay on solid land, much less on the objective. Center College will take map 1, starting the season off right.
Whew. All right. I mean, that definitely happened, and that definitely was a very superior performance coming out from Center College. And I mean, they've just stamped their authority right out the gate, and you love to see that. You love to see the confidence and the veteran leadership and veteran of this league play coming out in spades there for them. I mean, this is Blakeu here, as you saw how low he got. Just the pocket there was enough, and man, that was good stuff coming out from Center College. I mean, maintain dominance right now. Blakeu not feeling much in the way of pain. I think we had a total of 4 kills that came through. 5 kills. 3 of them came through slump with that teleporter read. Other than that, not many people from Center College were going down. The supports have to be given an extra dose of Reese's Pieces or something after the end of this match.
It's fun watching the Reinhardt. It just works so well. As we cut right back to a beautiful time. I love your production. And get that clean, crisp 2K there from Blakeu. And they were just doing, commanding that kind of space. Owo got a lot done there. We see the deflect fade right at the very end. But it really was the Blakeu show on this Reinhardt. And that is the Rubik's Cube that PTC are going to have to figure out. That is the $1 million question for them right now, is how do we put a stop to Blakeu if they are going to continue with this Reinhardt? And what else do they have in the pocket? If we can block that, we don't even know what else there is.
Well, if they can solve Blakeu, then you got to worry about Dudubudu.
Yeah.
And because Dudubudu is getting it done on the scary Reaper guy. Somebody check him, PC. I haven't said that for a while, so I felt like I needed to throw that one in just for old time's sake. But, I mean, looking at the dual threat there, and the fact that you could not even get on the back line of Center College, that's another worry for PTC right now. Is if you can manage to get past Blakeu, how are you going to deal with the back line? Because you've got mobility, you've got escapability with the Guardian Angel coming out from the Mercy pocket. You've got the fade. So, I mean, your target selection, I think that you've got to get the Mercy down first. Then hopefully you can get down the Moira and then, kind of work yourself from back to front. I think that's the approach that PTC need to do here. Center College, keep doing the same thing because you haven't been stopped yet.
It's just so difficult to get on that backline, particularly on a map like Nepal. Both of those rounds very conducive to a Reinhardt to just to hold a small choke and stand there and clog it up. We'll see what happens as we go forward. We have gotten a ban through, but I don't think we've quite gotten a map pick yet. So it looks like Pittsburgh Technical still taking their time, trying to decide just exactly the right hybrid map to go to map 2 to try to turn this thing around and even things up in the series.
Well, I mean, we know that we're not going to Blizzard World. That's for certain.
This is true.
For our hybrid map. I kind of expected that. I want to see, where do they take us here for our hybrid map? Because if you go to Kings Row, you're wanting to buy into that brawl centric style, and right now you haven't done enough to give worry and room for pause to Blakeu. So Blakeu is, probably licking their lips right now, just saying, "Oh yes, please take me to Kings Row. Please take me to Kings Row."
Well, looks like Blakeu will have their wish, as after banning out Blizzard World, Pittsburgh Technical have indeed decided to send us to jolly old England, the home of Reinhardt Brawl indeed. We'll see if that map fares well for them. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. I will say, just kind of on general on the game types as a whole here, since we've added Flashpoint in, this Kings Row and hybrid in general is the only map that we can really draw on, and it makes this, I don't know, it makes it feel like this map carries a lot of weight to it because we only have 2 of this. This is really the only map type that has an objective like this until we get to map 5.
Exactly. So, it's all about what kind of space Blakeu can make here for Center College. On the other side, do we see Blue 2-2 stay in the tank role, or was that just for control? Do we see Slurp go back into the tank role? So, that could also be a thing that we see happen here in the streets of London. But, with the recent patch developments, with the recent meta, the way it's been shaping up, the top hat strategy might not be a bad idea here if you do want to run the Symmetra and the Bastion here. I like pairing it with the Junker Queen because you can pull people into the line of fire of that Bastion and just melt somebody in a hurry.
It is definitely pretty nasty if you can get that pull with a Jagged Blade into a Bastion. Same with like Bastion and Ant Matrix as well. Bastion and a Baptiste are some swaps. For one, we're going to have Center College attacking, so they will be in the red here for our next one. But we've also got, let's see, Slurp looks like they are moving back into the DPS role, or Blue 2 sticking with tank here. And we had Starguard come in, it looked like, I believe, in the DPS role there for Center College.
Yep, so we'll see what they bring to this engagement now as we get ready to go in. The Jackalope Watchers are going to be out on defense, and they're going to tell me a lot about who they are by the composition that they bring out here. Are they going to be more brawl centric? Are they going to be a little bit more pokey? Do you want to take space? Are you willing to do the sadomasochist thing of being a tank player here in Overwatch 2 right now? Because it's a lot of pain to be a tank player. I'm finding this very hard in my ranked matches right now. If you don't have the support there, you're kind of in trouble. So, that's an interesting look there coming out of PTC. Well, Slurp is going to be in the tank role here. So
they're just messing with us at this point.
They're messing with us, yeah. We're going to see the Ramatra here. I don't hate it. We'll see. If Owo can get into the back line, kind of follow up on some of the damage going in, especially when Annihilation comes through. Dash resets could be an absolutely nasty occurrence there for Center College White. I like what I'm seeing. Doomfist right now can work as long as you have the proper rollouts. I hope I'm not being trolled here by Blakeu. We'll see what they actually decide to come out the gate with.
Yeah, we had Adam go to the support role, and Stargarden coming in that DPS role. And on the Kiriko, and indeed!
Well, it looks like poor Jeff's Poor Jeff's internet has been a little bit spotty today. So Blakey does get the initial kill. And what a shot there coming in from Doodoo. That's going to be the cleanup of the fight right here. Wamachi's going to go down in a heap. That's going to be the first capture percentage going up here. And they're going to go ahead and capture point A. And they're going to push forward here past Bookstore. And I'd like to see how they decide to set themselves up coming into this fight. It looks like we've got a swap here. Gamer Mike going over to the Brigitte. We've also got BK Foot Lettuce onto the Moira. There's still kills coming through. Animal with a couple of kunai taking down the Widow, and that's going to be a massive stagger there coming out onto Blue 2-2. And, well, we're running into a bit of a dicey situation here. We're actually spawn camping right now. Blakey not having any of this nonsense.
Whew, this is getting out of hand fast. Blakey Black on top. This card is just now starting to get out of the garage. Look at all the space controlled here in the streets. Woo, Doodoo doing. Going to get out of there alive. Blakey's still in deep. There's the teleport in. There's the Suzu. Blakey's right back on top. Decides to go dive it in. Meteor strike in the pocket. Meanwhile, Gamer Mike gets mowed down. Doodoo picking up a pair, as a matter of fact, for eventually getting finished off by BK Foot Lettuce. But what a desperate situation it feels like here for PTC. They've still yet to stabilize.
Oh gosh, that's an early Consumer Rush coming out, Jeff.
Yeah, Center College just staying right in this. Adama does fall. And I was trying to see if Doodoo might have a chance to really take advantage of that consuming rush, but does get forced to the outside. One health from Stargard, and Slurp will eventually find him. The Javelin Spear does miss, though, and Blakey's able to get out.
Well, I mean, you've got Blade online here for Owo, so we'll see if they go Ulu with their Blade and get it done. Blossom ready to go as well.
Teleport up to the high ground. PTC are just going to back up a little bit. Swarm's got to be careful. Once you get the rest of this terrorist surge up, see if they can make something happen. There's the Death Blossom dropping in the back. Lucha gets taken down. The Deflect will eventually finish off Doodoo with a little bit of help. Now the Nano Blade in response. Adamo immediately cut down. Trying to get one of the Mercy. Dash up to the high ground. Chasing her down. Oh, cut your wings off right out of the sky. You fall like a stone under the blade of Owo.
Oh, that is a great stabilization right there. And I mean, you know, the deflect started it all off here from Owo. Not feeling any pain. Definitely feeling their oats here as they hold on Bookstore. And I mean, we were about 4 meters away from capturing an Adama with the kunai, taking down the Genji.
Oh, just catches Owo completely off guard. The danger of those kunai, even with the nerf. The Terror Surge is in, but Slurp doesn't really have a whole lot to combo with. And eventually, Bluetooth's able to pick up a pair. There it is. Towards the back in the Ash Swap. Coming up very well. Look at that Bionade. Slurp is so low, but BK Foot Lettuce will not let their Orisa down.
I mean, it still gets the kill. And I mean, what a spin there coming from Slurp. This support duo is doing everything they can to keep their team in the fight. We just saw Nano come out. BK Foot Lettuce already 60%. Towards the next Nano. That is a fantastic change there. I also like that Gamer Mike came in on this Brigitte, the swap coming through, and that's a big source of healing and the res off the table now.
It's another big thing for Stargarden to watch out for as they pull the katana out. The blade will cut through BK Foot Lettuce, though. They dance around both supports and chop them down. Sleep Dart off the mark, and Stargarden has got a massive advantage here at Center College. PTC with no supports won't last long.
I mean, but it was a great stabilization. They took about 1.5 minutes off the clock, and so, I mean, this could have been a much more massive time break. It could have been 5.5 minutes. Now we're under 4 minutes. Rotation of ultimates coming up here for Center College. So, I mean, you can start off with Kitsune Rush, and, I mean, they have really got to track Doodoo Boodoo. Getting it done. Blue 2-2 is keeping an eye on them as well.
One of the best combos with the Kitsune Rush is just a Reaper in general. And it's so close to that Death Blossom. Going up to challenge. And Doodoo has to drop down. And now it's Blue 2-2 who has this awesome high ground. Oh, is able to get one dub, and there's the Death Blossom. Picks up one, might be able to finish off Slurp. The Fortify is able to keep the Orisa alive. BK Foot Lettuce once again will not let this Orisa die. The Bionate thrown in, still holding the Nano in the pocket. I think really wants to use that on the Genji, but Slurp is going to... Meanwhile, in from Blake who gets stunned up, gets anted, but who shows up in the nick of time there to finish everybody off in this corner. They're going to get out alive. They can't get out alive. Unreal.
That is unreal play. Working perfect synergy there with Blakey. Now they're going to put the Kitsune Rush out.
Oh, a couple of quick on the back of it. Terror Surge from the other side. gets dashing through the entire pack after the Terra Surge to pick up a pair, and then keeps Blaiku just stuck in his corner with that blade.
I mean, that's fantastic work there coming from them, and I mean, the res came through. The spot healing is there for the Mercy, and now the rally comes out. They're trying to fight this out.
Gamer Mike, almost had Blaiku stuck. They're able to escape. Only temporarily, though. With the Doomfist down, it's going to be far more difficult for Center College to punch this thing open. The res is back, though. Blaiku immediately gets up and lands a big right hook, and Blue 2-2 is gone. Now eyes set on to BK Lettuce. Here comes Gamer Mike trying to fend off the Doomfist. All attention turned onto Blaiku, opening time up. Oh, it looked like there might have been a res coming through there, but a big bionic cleanse. Off the side goes Slurp. Now it's going to be a Meteor Strike into the back. Still not able to lock down these two supports. Here comes Dudu teleporting in to try to help out. They managed to alleviate some space off of that corner, but BTC just rotate around the objective. The Deadeye doesn't quite get it done, but it feels like BTC have started to stabilize. Yeah, 2 quick kills, and this push is over.
I mean, what a swap there coming out from Blue 2-2. The Ash was getting it done. Let me remind you of that. The burn was just too much here coming from the Cassidy, or from the Ash, but now... I mean, Automa can't stop a grenade from latching onto you, and that has been a very fortuitous swap there for them. Blade coming up in this fight.
5% away. Everybody from TCC backing up to this corner, trying to catch this aggression. Bionade used defensively. Ooh, PTC already looking low as Stargate moves in, but is able to track it all the way to the back. This is no. I will be the better ninja. The first swipe is Suzu, but that Moth is so vulnerable yet again, and now both here from Center College. 40 has sent them packing again.
Oh, that's going to be, should be the Reaper going down, but I guess it gets
stagger.
mowed down by OO. So we're going to be sub 30 seconds as we go into this next fight. And I mean, the Kitsune Rush should get Dudu up to the Death Blossom, but you're running into a Terra Surge, and you're running into a Nano as well. Looks like we may have lost Jeff once again. I don't know what Blaiku did there, but ended up going off into the drink and down below. 8 seconds to touch. You've got the Kitsune Rush. You need to use it now. Well, that is the Kitsune Rush coming out. The grenade did land, but they were able to seize it. Now the Death Blossom comes out, and it cleans everybody up. That should be the completion. But they had 4.5 minutes to get this done. And, well, they do it in overtime. So what a hell of a stand there coming from PTC with the Nano coming out at the end there. Not much to do there, but, man, 4.5 minutes. And they turn it around. They do give up all 3 points, but my word, what a stalwart defense that came through in the Foundry for PTC. They've got to take that as a win. They've got to take it as a win, and they've got to build on the back of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't get to see that last 30 seconds there.
Whew. It was interesting. It was explosive. They did give it up in overtime, Jeff, but I tell you what, they were about a couple swipes away from OWO from turning that around and not giving up the 2 points, but they finally get the job done.
Well, I mean, that's huge. The fact that they were able to get it down to OT in of itself is a big deal. I mean, it guarantees that things go the distance, that they will get that extra round of attacks, but it also is really significant for how much time Center College had on the clock coming out of point A. The fact that PTC is able to eventually whittle that down to nothing by the time it's said and done, yeah, big props to the defense.
Absolutely. I mean, Slurp is making me very proud on the Donkey Horse. The Terra Surges may not have killed, but they collect people like a vacuum cleaner, and OO just says, "Oh, thank you very much. I will take that from you."
Absolutely.
And gets the work. I mean, you take that every time. You take these and you win these. So for Center College, they're going to stick with the same composition here coming out, and Blue 2-2 is looking for somebody to shoot in the head.
Reminds me of some old Hulk combos from back in the day, the way you see those dashes through. We're not expecting OO to change off of this Genji all day long. Bluetooth up here, not quite able to find anything just yet. Looking to see if they can kind of squeeze this single and force somebody back, but Voodoo is all over. Don't think they expected to have the whole team up there, but it doesn't matter. They're able to find the Widowmaker anyway. Pick out the very important target, and then just mow them down one by one. Voodoo will claim the theater and even a bit more.
Oh, we're going to claim theater. We're going to claim Owa's life, and there goes Diana as well. This is a great cleanup from them, and good God, Blakeu. It's just having his way with this PTC team right now. Bluetooth 2, you need to hit something. You need to make this Widowmaker pick work. Otherwise, what are we really doing here?
That is the threat, though. All it takes is one mouse click, and this whole thing can turn around. Assuming Bluetooth can put it on somebody's dome. Oh, we'll keep in a check on this outside. Voodoo still has laid claim to this theater. Eventually going to have to use that Wraith form to get out, but it forces PTC to check all corners at all times. A little battle for the high ground between our two tanks. Oh, come slamming back in, Blakeu. Make sure they can keep PTC out of this choke with Slurp gone. It won't be that difficult. Oh, and Gamer Mike just got flattened. Oh.
That was dirty. That was mean. That was mean. The punch that came through, we're seeing these combos come through where they're really closing in on the back of these empowered punches coming from Blakeu. And right now, they don't have anything to worry about. Bluetooth 2 has not made a dent with this Widowmaker as of yet. Still, it takes one, like you said.
Yeah, if you're kind of at that point of no return, if you're going to swap, you need to swap now. We're at the 2-minute mark, and want to make sure you can get ults on the other side. Speaking of ultimates, here comes the Death Blossom out into the back line, but meanwhile, off-screen, Ovo has already sliced through a pair of their own. So it's a +1 to PTC right now, and Voodoo is not able to get any more than just that singular kill. This defense completely on the back foot. PTC finally able to break this open. Bluetooth didn't even have to stop, able to keep that Widowmaker in the infra sites so that they can check Center College for this retake.
Well, I mean, we'll see if they actually decide to pop it. I mean, you're going to have some good spots of area of contention here. Really, Blakeu needs to be careful. They're going to invest the Kitsune Rush in this.
It's almost completely stopped here by the Terra Surge. Another good use. Like I said, the Terra Surges haven't been like big wombo combos, but just beautiful setups for the rest of the team. Starguard is still here. 1 health. Eventually, Ovo will dash through them as well. Blakeu eventually finished off on point. It was a good job eating up a bunch of time. PTC do eventually get this car out of the garage, though.
I mean, they take 3 minutes and 2 seconds off the clock, so this is going to be a very strenuous push here coming through from PTC, but they've got the infra sites up, so they know where everybody's at.
Yeah, it's a cool time to use them, too, to kind of check these resets. But speaking of getting checked, oof. Bluetooth now in trouble. Ovo is going to suffer a similar fate. And PTC just bit off way more than they could chew inside that alleyway.
I mean, you kind of overinvest there. And kind of push up way too far. Now, Voodoo's looking for some health. Needs to get Adama into their LOS. But, I mean, Blade ready to go here for Starguard. And you're going to have more on the back of it. But they're just going to win this in the neutral.
Oh, that Sleep Dart missing for BK Full Lettuce. I feel that. I feel that. No, you're not getting out of that one. You might as well just reset. Meteor Strike. Oh, just right on top of the door. Why not? Blakeu is here to say hello. Delivery, death.
It's the Santa you didn't know that you needed.
Please rate 5 stars.
Above. Yes, the Yelp reviews will be coming in. We will be dashing later on. But looking at what Center College has to deal with here, I mean, they got both their DPS ultimates ready to go into this fight.
PTC just struggling, having to fight for every out. Voodoo getting chased off. Oh, saw a juicier target. That Mercy decided to drop down, but that's a Hornet's Nest going on down there. Meanwhile, inside, Starguard has been able to chop through 3. Big pickup there for the pair of DPS, and they only had to use 1 ult to do it.
You love to see. They put the Valkyrie into it as well, but I mean that's basically a throwaway.
I meant between the 2 DPS ults we were talking about.
Oh yes, yeah. I mean, Nanoblade here for PTC. I mean, you got to watch your backline. Save your Swift Step here if you're Adama. Make sure that your Guardian Angel tech is on point because, well, Ovo has really gotten the job done with the Nanoblade today.
Oh, the punch back to interrupt. There's no dash. Trying to get back through. Will manage to catch back up with the team and find a pair of very important kills. I must situation here for Owo. That had to get that done. No, but you can't drop it like this. No, it's all slipping away here from PTC. Dudabudu is one health. Slurp will eventually find him. Owo just still sitting at a bat half. He's going to end up trying to chase Stargarden down. Should find this one. That one got a little closer than it needed to, Billy.
Oh, man. They get it done there. And actually, Adama, Adama has the pocket. Hello, nice tech coming in from Big Soup. And, I mean, they are going to stabilize here. The card's finally around the bookstore. But we're at 42 seconds and counting, and you're looking at the Kitsune Rush to go through this narrow corridor.
Oh, that was nicely down low. It's going to be a Electric Cowboy, it looked like there for a moment. Bluetooth is able to pick up one with that. Now, here's the rally into that Kitsune Rush on the back. Blakey going in deep, already down one, now down both supports. And PTC putting together nice back-to-back fights. This should get him into the Foundry.
It should. I mean, really, Ultimate Economy kind of gone out the door here for Center College. They kind of been using them on a whim. And now you're looking at the Deadeye. And I mean, Gamer Mike has been playing Brigitte to a beautiful T right now. 1:30 on the clock. They still are in this.
Oh, 100%. Oh! We'll at least get the trade out, and that trade is actually going to favor PTC fuel early. At least they're able to get you space off of it. I was going to get res back up, though, and Center College continue to stay aggressive to support that res. Back it up, Big Suit. Make sure nobody even gets close to their mercy, and they are going to force PTC all the way outside.
You know, I was talking about the Guardian Angel tech. Yeah, I think Big Soup's definitely got it on. They'll go ahead and pop the Valkyrie here. But, I mean, you're still holding on to this Deadeye. Pressing Q is a good thing.
Oh, it's so tough to try to get value out of that Deadeye. Especially with Blakey just breathing down your neck here. Up on the high ground, Blakey is able to find two. Here comes a Dragon Blade out from Stargarden just to cap off what two remain. Turns into a bit of a sword fight with Owo. Ends up holding onto a blade of their own. Thank goodness for PTC.
Well, I mean, you've got 28 seconds here. You've got both DPS ultimates. We're looking at a Nano Blade coming in here. We'll see what Slurp can get done. Definitely need to go in as a total 5 and see what kind of value you can get on the back of it.
They had Adam all cut out for a second, but the Swift Step is there. This is all about the Nano Blade. This has got to be big. Owo goes in, wants the Mercy. Good Suzu. Might have been a touch early, but the Mercy is able to escape.
Well, there goes Gimmick.
I'm still here. And well, so are PTC. As they're trying to push around this corner. Adamo, though, with this Kitsune Rush and House Stargarden there to back him up. Bionade from BK Foot Lettuce is just not going to be enough. And this map is done and dusted. Center College winning their and a match point here in week 1.
Yep, and I mean that's that's better out of them though. That's better out of PTC. Definitely showing their heart here, and a little bit of chuckles there in the chat as the disconnect comes through for Bluetooth 2 at the end of the map. But they get the work done now. They've got to go back to the drawing board. It's going to be Flashpoint up next, Jeff. And I mean, from what I've seen so far, Blakey is the tank that they need to deal with, and they just have not been able to figure out how to deal with such a skilled and really powerful tank player coming in here. They've definitely leaned into Blakey's senior leadership, and it's showing on our game.
And in versatility as well. Pulling out the Doomfist here, we had all this talk about the Reinhardt and how good it was, and then you get into King's Row, and Blakey goes over to the Doom and just looks absolutely unkillable. Really good reads on the flow of battle and wins the perfect time to engage. It has been Blakey leading Center College to success here so far. But the job is not done. We are going to take a quick little break. It'll be map 3. We will see on our newest map type Flashpoint when we return after the intermission. All right, we're back, friends, here in the first week of the season. First game of the season, as a matter of fact, at Center College are up 2-0 over PTC after they were able to put a stop there on Kings Row. Man, Billy, no matter whether it's the Reinhardt or the Doomfist, PTC don't seem to have an answer for Blakeu.
They really don't. And I mean, the other thing that I'm looking at right now is Adama playing the Kiriko. Has been getting those kunais in with frightening accuracy and just has really broken up in some fights with the kunai usage. So, I mean, you've got a double-headed Hydra right now. The support team keeping Blakeu up throughout all the aggression, and Blakeu just feeling no pain right now. And that's the big question that PTC needs to answer right now. I did like Slurm.
That's Center College's aggression, by the way. Like, Center College have just been so aggressive, it's ridiculous. So, I mean, it's hard to fault them. But yeah, no, go on about Slurp. I just wanted to throw that in there.
No, I mean, the aggression, it's unbridled right now, and I love it. I mean, you get rewarded if your support team can stay with you right now in the fluid meta that we're in. If your support team are on point and they've got the heals covered and they're saying, you know what, go in, be aggressive and get it done. Really, that's the big difference right now. Now, Slurp on the other side, the Orisa looks really good. I want to really throw out a big kudo to that, because in the face of a Doomfist and a Genji and a bloodthirsty support and Adama, has really stood their ground. I mean, really used the Orisa tech to the best advantage, and that's something that we're seeing right now. If they can get a little bit more from the other from Blue 2 on the other DPS, then we'll see something turn around there. I think that we need to see something somber right now. I think just to disrupt, or just to throw a cog into the wheel that is grinding you into the dirt right now, that is Center College. If you can do something to change their eye level, instead of really focusing on the back line and working their way back to front, I think that they have a shot at really upsetting what Center College is doing right now.
Well, I mean, we know Blue 2 is a pretty hit scan heavy player from what we can tell. I mean, really favors the Ashe and the Widow, and they want to work in that. So it makes it difficult to accomplish what you're talking about without just getting one of those early picks. And so that's why we've seen like Slurp play Junkrat on the first map. I mean, you couldn't play that long range hit scan on Nepal. We haven't seen any substitutions yet coming into Flashpoint, but I mean the speed is always been king, or at least, I mean, I say always, for the 6 weeks we've had this game type, month we've had this game type. I mean, one thing we know is speed is extremely important here as we take a look at which of our 2 maps we're going to.
Yeah, we're going to New Junk City. So, I mean, we're going to the home of Junker Queen here. I really do like the Junker Queen pick if you decide to go with it here, because you do have the ability to pull people back in. You do have the commanding shout that can be used in concert with other mobility buffs coming through from a team. So as we take a look at what the 2 teams are going to bring out here, we'll talk about, how this map type has come to be. And what I've seen so far through my collegiate casting, through other casting that we've done, we're starting to see, definite tendencies for teams to work through here. The Symmetra has been something that I've really liked on both Suravasa and New Junk City. I think it works better in Suravasa. Here, I like a Tracer, I like a Soldier, and I like his Lucio, especially here, because you do have all that mobility to get you through. You can get yourself from point to point, and I mean, that's the name of the game here. You got to take 3. Reminder that it is a faster tick-up time once you do get capture percentage going, and we'll see how these 2 teams join battle.
Yeah, it's a lot faster. It's 66% faster. And it feels like twice as fast. And it really, it's close to it. Blue 2 going back over into the tank roll. So BTC BTC, looks like we got a little bit of pause there. Want to go ahead and put Slurp in the DPS role. Want to bring out something a little different. And realizing, I mean, the long range hit scan isn't going to work on this map. So we are seeing Slurp on that Echo to pair alongside Owo's Genji here for map 3.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. We also have Rat King coming in for Center College. They're going to play the Bastion here. So we'll see what they've got going with that. I didn't see a Symmetra. I didn't see a Lucio. So I'm not
on either
sure.
side. Yeah.
I'm not sure how you're going to get the Bastion around. Bastion is going to have a bit of a mobility issue. Now, you do have the raw output of power, but then that means that you have to draw out the deflect, because Owo is going to play the Genji here, and you've got to wait for that. You can't be premature going into the turret form into a deflecting Genji, because you know what, the rest of your team would be under serious duress once that happens.
Yeah, don't want to kill the rest of your team. That would be bad. Don't do that, friends. That's ill-advised. One thing we did notice that I haven't had a chance to highlight yet, at least not recently, was the Ana from BK Foot Lettuce. They were showing us that again here today, or here in map 3, alongside the Genji and the Echo. I like it a lot. BK Foot Lettuce has been outstanding on the Ana thus far. A really good job of knowing whether to use the nades defensively and keep the team alive, or press the issue and try to get some purples and see if you can create a play. I've really liked the on out of BK Foot Lettuce, and looking forward to seeing more of that heading into this next map.
I mean, we are both Ana enjoyers here in our casting. We are definitely Ana enjoyers, and we love to see, not only using it defensively, you and I both love a good purple. We love a good purple party, seeing it come through. And I mean, watching the backup and the follow through on the backs of those, I mean, that's part of the reason why Kings Row was the way it was, is because you saw a lot of those purples coming out from BK Foot Lettuce. So I think sticking with that, pairing it with the Brigida is good. I think that what I saw is that they had paired it with a Moira. So that's some pretty serious bulk healing coming out from the two healers there for PTC. So I'm very, very optimistic about how they're going to run with this, especially getting on top of a Bastion. Olo has to really, the same side of the card goes for Olo. You can't put out the deflect too early. Otherwise, you're going to be immune, or you're not going to be immune to the onslaught of bullets coming in from the Rat King Bastion.
Yeah, it's such a delicate balance. It is absolutely a knife's edge that you kind of have to float in that role. I mean, because either your team dies or you're not having the impact forward. Like, it's neither of which is good. And I think it's one of the things that makes Ana so cool, and one of the things that I think when Ana is in the meta, or when Ana is an active part of the meta is in a good place. Like, that's just a general rule of thumb. Though I am enjoying this meta we're in right now, and it hasn't been particularly Ana heavy, but just in general, I think that indicates kind of where the strategy is at. So, always a fan. Always a fan.
We're always a fan. We're Ana stands here. We're unabashedly Ana stands here. I think that using, going up against a Bastion, which they don't know is there yet, by the way, sleeping the Bastion in the middle of turret form is always extremely satisfying to an Ana player. And landing a purple on the top of that is even better. So, we'll see how this actually comes to pass. But looks like we're about to get back into our game. We'll see if the settings got fixed to the team's liking. It was a tank health issue. And with the new map type, you always have a couple of wrinkles that come through.
We're finally ready to get into Flashpoint. Could be third map. Center College currently up 2-0. New York City was Pittsburgh Technical's map pick, so hoping this will be the try. I find this one to be a little bit more open than Suravasa. I feel like Suravasa's points feel a little bit more claustrophobic, and the map as a whole feels a little bit tighter. Where New York City, I feel like you've got more angles to work with, a little more space to work with.
I think that the only real claustrophobic flashpoint here in New Junk City is Refinery, but you still have that escape route underneath. That you can really get away from a serious amount of aggression and kind of kite your way around and get behind a team. But I also like the pits as well for the same reason, because you have so many entry points onto the point that you're able to take care of the work. But you know what? Team's ready to go. We do have Adama showing us the Baptiste here, so they're going to make sure that their Bastion is going to stay up in the middle of these fights.
It's such a mean combo between the Immortality field, being able to use just extend a Bastion's life, then of course the Ant Matrix is just nasty, nasty powerful. Early here, we're going to get Zarya v Zarya out of our takes. We see Blakeu pull out their third option in as many maps. Early Immortality field out of Adama, and trying to get some damage done on that outside. Slurper's pelting him here from the off angle, but it's going to be a teleport in here from Dudu Budu. It's going to force it back, and Slurp gets mowed down. First kill goes over to Center College, as does First Cap.
Well, I mean, once you take the aerial threat away, you can keep your eyes on the ground, and that's a big change right now. I mean, just the burst healing. Look at the healing coming through from PTC, though. They might actually be able to turn this fight if they don't get down.
Oh, they lose the crutch of that healing out of the back. BK Foot Lettuce gets cut off in the rotation, trying to escape, and Bluetooth is able to work around that outside. Excuse me, Blocky Blake is able to work around that outside and find him.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. When you're running in a Zarya meta like this, you have got to keep your Zarya up at all costs. That might mean sacrificing a DPS into it, because the charge for Zarya is so important, not only for sheer raw DPS power, but also building up your Graviton Surge a lot faster. So that's things that I'm looking at. Already 78% towards Blade. They have to fight against a mortality barrier too, though.
Ooh, careful shooting that deflect there, King. That could have been bad. BK Footloose goes down early yet again as we kind of start to feel that they are target number one. I mean, that is public enemy number one, is that Ana. And Center College have found their bounty. 2 fights in a row here. Now they've got a 1-0 lead on the map.
They have the 1-0 lead. They're going to do these little right clicks, give a little extra healing. Ult charge over to their support line. You're looking at that wombo combo though, ready to go. You also have Grav online before a Death Blossom. That's how much work Blakey is getting done, but not to be outdone on the other side. 3 ultimates coming in this fight. The duplicate is going to be the most important.
Bluetooth nowhere close to their own Grav, though. Still 40% away coming into this. Ooh, we're going to get over the outside. Trying to come in here, but that Grav is down. Racky's going to combo that. And this is going to be nasty. 2 already fallen just from the immediate impact. Center College could continue to chase more. They back up just to make sure they've got control of the point as they go run down some extra kills.
I was not expecting the artillery strike into the Grab. That's actually damn scary.
Yeah, that was pretty scary.
I'm pretty scared of that. Not gonna lie. It looks like they're, the pursuit here coming from Doodoo Voodoo has been doing it all day. Jeff has been going in and really pursuing these kills, sometimes to their own detriment, but generally they do have that support there on the back. They're actually pushing away from the point. Nobody's on the point right now. They're out hunting for kills.
Yeah, Center College are not satisfied with just taking the objective. They want to control this entire quadrant of the map. And let's see a nice little sleep from BK Footloose. Has this nano ready to go. Oh, with the blade in the pocket. Nice rake for him to avoid the purple coming out from BK Footloose, and PTC once again just kind of back up, wait for the right moment, but they might have waited too long. They've allowed Doodoo Voodoo to get into position, sneak in underneath. Now the Death Blossom's going to finish off Slurp as well. Doodoo Voodoo has just absolutely leveled them, just vaporized PTC.
And I mean, we talked about the Bastion v Genji matchup. Well, there it is again. BK Footloose does get some revenge there, though, and has the nano blade online. So, you could go with the 3 ultimate battle here. Grab into a nano blade. That would decimate everybody, but you still have to work through the immortality barrier. That's something that they're going to have to be very cognizant of. Maybe Slurp can pull that ability out of them as we head into Refinery.
Yeah, it was a good luck at the draw here for PTC. They're at least able to get in and be competitive for this first control after losing that last fight. And Matrix now up at whoa. Nano is there and pick up 2, but they're traded out on the other side. Losing both the Ana and now the Moira as well. This fight is going to go down to a 2v2. 4 health left for Olo, just desperately searching for anything down low. Oops! All you found was a Reaper. Doodoo Voodoo is still here and wants this point.
Yep, they're going to get it at 14% captured for PTC. Now, you have the Coalescence to go into this. You're going to have Duplicate as well for PTC, so they have some tools here to work with, but they are going up, this artillery strike. We saw what happened with the Wombo combo. Let's see what happens in the neutral without a little bit of extra health.
Just holding down this corner. Avoid all the damage from the stickies. Slurp not able to quite get up there. It is finally got up. That could be just the ticket for PTC to get through this door. Immortality Field already used on the other side, but you stood there too long. Slurp just gets melted. Blakey with 100 charge. I don't think Slurp was ready for all the damage coming in. Now a Coalescence here to try to crack open this point, considering the Echo is no longer available. Oh no, but Bluetooth is in a lot of trouble. Good heals, but they're about to run out, and the Death Blossom is there just in time. Still plenty of damage ready to go. Center College have more than enough to take this fight, and then just about take this map, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to tick up so fast. They've got 2 on the point just to make sure they've got the artillery strike for any interest onto the point here, and that's going to go ahead and do it here for Center College. They got it done. They put out the... Oh, that is an evil grab coming out, and that'll capture the point. That'll capture the map. That'll capture the entire series here as our first game of the season. Center College is going to take a clean 3-0 sweep.
Oh, never got a chance to use that final blade. That final duplicate fell by the wayside as well. Strong player, though. Strong team. I mean, this is first time here in NECC, I believe. At least my first time getting to cast him, and I liked what I saw out of Pittsburgh Technical College. Olo certainly outstanding on the Genji. BK Footlet is truly admirable on the Ana as well. But man, Center College, what a start to their season. A nice clean 3-0, heralded from Blakeu playing and
Well, I mean, it was pretty darn good coming from him. I mean, Blakeu's my player of the match today, coming through in shining fashion. And I mean, I tell you what, Olo, I definitely have to give a silver star to. Absolutely cracked on the Genji, but I mean, the support staff, Adama and Big Soup, keeping their tank alive no matter what. Just got the work done today, and well, this is it. This is the end here for PTC for week number 1. We've got another match coming up here very shortly. I think that we're going to be doing an interview, possibly. Nope, no interview today. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break. We're going to get our next match set up. Don't go away. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, friends, as we continue here in our opening week at NECC for the 23-24 season. We opened things with a little bit of a 3-0 there from Center College. Now we are headed into the Champions Division, match number 2.
Yep, we got New Haven Chargers going up against Rensselaer Polytechnical Institute. RPI for short. Yes. Verbal involvement all the way over there. It's coming in first week of the season. Everybody's got a little bit of jitters. Also, a test this early in the year. That's just not right.
Not right at all.
Had to take a test. Got them delayed a little bit, but we are now here. And we're going to go ahead and take a look at our rosters. Start with the New Haven Chargers. We're going to start it up with them coming in. Doe Killer, Rack, Romeo, and Arlanta. Sounds just like Atlanta, but that's with an R in it.
Oh, yeah, I like it. This is gonna be an interesting one. I was taking a look at the tanks. This kind of just give us an idea of what we might see here. And man, Rack was all over the place. Showed us a bit of a Risa, a little Ramatra, Sigma, Winston. Rack is a tank player through and through, and that's what I'm gonna be looking here from this New Haven squad. They're coming in 4-0 after the activation period here in NECC, only dropping one map in that span. So again, another new team to NECC, but coming out strong.
Yep, we love to see all the new teams coming here, by the way. I mean, it's fantastic to get all these new bloods in here and having a good time with it. Now it's all for everything that counts. So we'll take a look now at Rensselaer. Their lineup here, we've got Robert, Grogu, Tevatron, Jobo, and Shupak here in the Champions Division.
Yeah, I wanted to say Grog too, because I'm a big Critical Role fan, but I think it's actually Grogu. I don't know. It looks weird, but anyway. Either way, I think they're going to rage out. There you go. That's for all you CR fans out there. Now, what I was noticing here, all right, so we're looking at tanks on the other side. So then, my focus is brought to Tevatron here for RPI. Tevatron all over the place as far as not just heroes played, but roles as well. A true flex player. And it immediately brought to question, Billy, do they have like that tank mentality to go up against a just true, thick through blood tank player that is Rack?
We'll find out very shortly here. I think that, understanding the other roles and being able to play the other roles, the way I look at it is that you kind of are able to anticipate what the other like DPS or support is thinking of in that moment. So I completely love the flex coming through from Tevatron. So we'll see where we're going to get things started out here. RPI has banned Ilios, and that means that we are going to be going to Oasis here as our control map to start out these two teams first week here in the NECC Champions Division.
Yeah, RPI, of course, no strangers here in NECC. We've seen these players around before. We do have a newcomer. Robert is the newcomer to this RPI squad, the freshman here, with the most generic gamer tag I've ever heard, and I'm here for it. I love it. Let's see what you got, freshman.
I love it. This is going to be fantastic. Wanted to also say, let's see. Robert is from Brazil as well. So, bom dia and obrigado for coming in and being part of the scene here. So, as we get ready to head in here, Oasis always has the confident conversation about how do you run it. Well, we all know that University is going to be a little bit more brawly. The other two maps, it's about control of high ground. I dare say, if I lean on my own gameplay experience and what we see the better players than us play, you always want to have a good line for high ground. I guess you could do the same thing else at University, but University you can just get in there and just smack people around, and that's always fun.
Yeah, the high ground not as important on that one, but we're going to be starting things off on Gardens, and it is definitely all important and highly sought after here in this opening sub-map. We'll get you into that screen here. Moment. There it is. There's our two teams. Joker Queen, a company out of New Haven versus the Zarya look from RPI.
Well, I mean, I love the Zarya look. Zarya is such a good spot right now. And running up against a Junker Queen, you can actually protect a lot of your team with that burial bubble. And especially if you get hit with the Jagged Edge, I mean, that is great protection against old Gracie pulling you back in.
Yep, Robert up there just immediately taking the brunt of New Haven and making sure they can use that deflect to keep them at bay. Not a lot of them to merge, but it's going to be a shout, and Rack will push their way up top. New Haven able to claim that, and not just one but 2 kills all along the way, including the Baptiste, and cut the legs off this composition. New Haven will grab first control to start this one off.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all about the support right there, and Romeo being able to speed everybody in to the RPI composition. I mean, once you lose one here in the 5v5, it turns almost impossible to turn a fight around, especially when you got a bloodthirsty Lucio and Romeo just taking full advantage of the situation, getting the work done.
Yeah, about 10% ahead of Shupak right now in that sound barrier race. Nobody particularly close. We'll probably get another neutral fight here as RPI make their way in. It's going to be a bubble onto Robert up to the high ground, trying to dislodge. So New Haven put all their attention forward right up front. Bubble has to be used on Z Hobo, backing all the way out. Tevatron just backpedal to their spawn.
I love it. I love it. I mean, the aggression coming in, the commanding shout is being used so well here from Rack. And we've already got a Kitsune Rush online here for Atlanta. They can stop a push in its infancy. Look at Grogu, though, going over to the Bastion here. So you're going to look to punish down the Junker Queen and really make it impossible for them to touch the point.
Oh, with an hit matrix could be deadly, but the Kitsune Rush is pulled first. New Haven are going to be the one to take command and set the pace here with all the speed and the shields that you could possibly want to win this next fight.
You know, and as we go up in divisions here, you can see the speed of the game getting a little bit faster here. The Champions Division, this is where you see a lot more of the closer meta that you see like in Path to Pro, that you see in Overwatch League. This is the really good game sense here. This is the understanding of the meta and why you run the certain heroes that you do. That was a great sound barrier to engage in on from New Haven, and they just took full advantage of it.
Blade now out from Killer. Shupak got everybody with that sound barrier. So no fatalities from the Genji Blade. In fact, Rack is the one going down. Woo! Robert picks up a nice little 3-piece in that fight.
I mean, it cost them both their support ultimates, but you know, I take the full value of that. It's only at 90%. You still have the Blade. Tevatron now is going to answer the Junker Queen Beth Bell and get it done. So we'll see if Tevatron can pull somebody in and maybe let Robert get a little bit more value out of a Dragon Blade.
Well, New Haven's not going to have that Rampage. That one got lost in the last fight. It's going to be the Blade out from both teams. Excuse me, out from Robert. Killer's still getting in the mix, but not as well. Robert will do you twice as good there. Anything you can do, I can do twice as better.
I mean, the song comes to mind. Anything you can do, I can do better. He's probably going to get staggered. Nope. I thought there was going to be a stagger there. Robert gets out with their life, and now we're looking at Grogu. Grogu's going to be next up on the chopping block here to see what they can get done with this overclock.
They're working around through the inside. We're going to try to go to the high ground. Looks like they were trying to go to main. They got absolutely interrupted. Robert was just dashing through the mix. New Hampshire doing a good job of following back and catching this. They're going to respond with a Kitsune Rush going forward, but still not able to find any kills on the back of it. Eventually, to get locked down. Two of the most highly mobile as New Haven emerge onto this point with 90% flipping this right now. Pretty darn close. Should be just some staggers here for New Haven to take the rest of this round.
Yeah, they're going to have the Rampage as well on the approach. You do see Jobo let out the Amp Matrix somewhere. And, well, I didn't see much value gotten out of it. They're going to do a little rotation, dancey-do-si-do, touch the point, proc it here at the 90% part.
Yeah, but with Shupak going down, it's just Robert here trying to fend off the entire brunt of the New Haven team. And now they have a sound barrier to boot, and so music is ringing loud, and it tends to be a victory song from what it appears. Shupak going down is just another step in the right direction here for New Haven. And it's just, I believe, a Lucio up top. Yep. Nope, it was a Soldier 76, but Grogu eventually dealt with in New Haven. Take our first round here on Oasis.
I mean, a little bit of a tank diff there. I think that once you recognize the Junker Queen is the leader of the composition, I think that you either got to go with the Zarya. With the answering Junker Queen, or you need to go to an Orisa, because the bubbles just is not enough to survive against the kid of a Junker Queen. But Robert did have a pretty darn good blade here, and also had that 3-piece without the blade. Really getting great value out of the dash resets, Jeff. So, I mean, there's signs of life.
What a debut for the freshman, right?
Right.
I mean, that's the very first game here for Robert at NECC, and already making a noticeable impact. Sticking with the Genji as we go into our second round. Grogu will go over to the Sodra after teleporting everybody out.
I like it. I like it. And I mean, we got mirror compositions for both sides. So now we're going to see who's the better tank. Now that we're on level pegging here, Rack is getting absolutely focused the heck down right now.
Yeah, it was a really good jagged blade from Tevatron that pulled Rack to the low ground and kind of set all that up. Bit of a back and forth here, though. New Haven have no supports left. There's this one Lucio, the only healer left standing on the battlefield at the moment. New Haven managed to grab control of the objective first, despite being down a player, but Rack will eventually feel the brunt of having that lack of sustain, and RPI are here to flip.
Well, now that we're in the mirror compositions here, I actually really like this. They're really being aggressive with their forward momentum going into the RPI team. Oh my God, Tevatron!
Yeah, that was a sick jagged blade. That landed onto Doe. That was really cool. I mean, a decent little stagger, but RPI still managed to get out of that and only give New Haven 20%.
That's pretty darn good. I mean, the pursuit is on, and Grogu is going in like a beast. Oh my gosh, Rack is going to go down in this.
Yeah, just decides to reset, gets a Shupak credited with the kill there. A little extra towards that sound barrier that'll be coming up shortly and considerably ahead of what Romeo has put up.
I mean, Shupak really having some great positioning here right now. Using the amp speed to really negate the commanding shout that Rack is putting on them. So you see them. You see the difference right now. They already have sound barrier ready to go. It's still another 30% behind for Romeo.
Yeah, first ult was server. And Lucio has the longest ult to build up. Here we go. We're going to get it out. It's going to find all five. Trying to counter the overclock here from Doe. Doe's able to get one shot, but it's not quite a critical. The Kitsune rush here from New Haven to try to help fend off. Robert goes down immediately. Grogu's overclock will fade. Now it's a rampage and a Kitsune rush from RPI. Everything in the kitchen. See, tossed in here, and RPI still don't look like they've got anything more to show for it. Eventually, Arlanta will fall. Doe is crushed from the Dragon Blade as well. But RPI still not done. Eventually, they clean up, and it looks like the 5-ult investment is rewarded.
Woo, boy. I mean, that was exciting and very frustrating for me as far as the ult economy going on. But, I mean, New Haven, they've got two ultimates to come in here with. I think that you want to lead probably with the blades. Considering how fast Killer has been generating them, I think you want to see what you can get out of that first. And then, if you need it on the back, go in with the Rampage and make sure everybody's dead.
I mean, it's one last chance for New Haven, so can't leave anything on the table. The blade is out. Suzu blocked the initial part of it, but Killer's not done. Still coming in looking for more. Couple extra hacks, and eventually Tevatron is finally felled. And New Haven will get this thing back, and not a moment too soon.
Well, I mean, they get it done. They did not invest said Rampage, so they're going to have that to start with. Start the repelling of RPI coming in with basically nothing in the tank. We're coming up close on the Rampage, on the sound barrier, but it's all about this forward positioning right now. They don't even care about high ground. We were waxing poetic about how important the high ground is, and this is a ground-based game right now.
Yeah, well, it's just when both Darker Queens, both teams just want to get in each other's face, and you know what? I'm all about it. I'm here for it. Well, Romeo had their face just taken clean off. That Rampage doesn't really look like it got a whole lot. I believe that was cleansed by a Suzu, and Rack ends up going down. A difficult ult for sure when you're on the defensive, and the ult sent you so far forward. In this case, Rack found themselves in enemy territory. Now RPI back onto this point, a little cleanup, and they should be able to send us on over to University.
Well, I mean, that's just great turnaround from what happened in Gardens, and I think that, this mirroring of what New Haven brought out in the beginning is exactly what was required. So we're going to see this first control map settled in the University, and I don't see why you don't run the Junker Queen again here unless you are feeling so confident in your Zarya play, because Zarya on University does play very well there.
Oh, most certainly does. It's like the perfect length for the range of Zarya's primary fire. So it's the size of the way the geometry of this map works out. It does feel like it fits Zarya very well, but you know what? It also fits the Junker Queen very well also. Tight, up close and personal, little CQC combat. That's exactly where the Junker Queen wants to play.
Yep. So we'll see. They're just gonna go ahead and keep mirroring this out, and I don't hate it at all. The only thing I would say is I'd actually possibly like to see a Baptiste here just for the immortality field and the possibility of the window.
Everything's opting for the Lucio Kiriko variation of this. Got to have the courier for that cleanse. Grogu with a good opening shot finds Romeo. Speaking of Lucio's, that one is gone. Romo's had a tough time here in the past map and a half. Seems to get picked off a little bit early. Rack trying to chase the rest of RPI down. Kind of runs him out of that left-hand side. Z-Hobo falls. So it's just Lucio healing here for RPI. Nobody's yet to grab first cap, but with Killer getting that dash through, make that a pair. Might as well go chase down a third. Why not? New Haven got first control.
You love it. You love it. You love to see the pursuit and Killer having a fantastic time. You know, and I thought that the turnaround, and once we got the mirror, I thought that maybe RPI had the better Junker Queen. But Rack is landing these jagged edges so clean and pulling them back into the unfriendly clutches of the Chargers. RPI need to be very cognizant of where Rack is setting up at.
Yeah, I have 4 on the left with 1 playing on that off angle. Shout out. They're going to go right in the middle. Robert's already got 1. Robert is right underneath those nodes. Somehow snuck into the back. Truly is. Ninja now has the katana to show for it. With a Kitsune rush, it's a lot of speed laying on top of each other. And RPI, with their player advantage, are able to stay on top. But with that, Rack still has this rampage. That's going to hit 3. Somebody are out from Shupak. And nobody goes down just yet. The Suzu from Orlando is not going to be enough. RPI are going to flip this.
Oh my word! They should have. That's the fight that RPI should not have lost, but they did. The Chargers did not have the focus fire ready and willing to go in and take care of it. So flipping 54, Rampage and the overclock coming in here for RPI. You've got a sound barrier and a blade to try and retake this point from the Chargers.
Have I mentioned in the last 10 seconds how much I like Robert? Robert's a great addition to this squad. My goodness. It's going to be the opposite Genji with the blade now, and it is unsheathed, ready to go. Z-Hobo getting the business into that deal. Grogu falls as well. And that is going to be more than enough for New Haven to flip this.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what they needed. They got out what they got out. So they're going to flip it without losing the lead here. That's the big thing. But Grogu in with a overclock. This could be something beautiful coming in. What a blade from Killer, though. I mean, that's just a thing of beauty.
Yeah, it was a great sound barrier also from Romeo that helped fend off Tevatron's Rampage there as well. So, great old tracking and old usage from New Haven. And, I mean, serving them well. Now they've got the look to take their first map, and NECC officials, if they can fend off from Grogu and the blade from Robert. Shout already used from RPI. One of their initiation tools is not available anymore. Grogu's overclock starting to shots will manage to pick up 1. Ooh, had that one. Kept in the chamber. Just especially for Romeo. It had their name on it.
I mean, they pushed it to 92%. So final fight territory here for RPI. They've got to be perfect here on out. But they do have Kitsune Rush and the Blade. So you're going to have that movement amplified as you're putting out the Blade. So this is going to be very dangerous, very hazardous for the Chargers' health coming in.
It also means the deflect comes back a lot faster. It's going to be an early rush. Nice kite from New Haven. They just back away, carousel around, and keep RPI at arm's length and wait for that to fade. Now New Haven are looking where they're going to plant their own. They're coming over to the left-hand side of your screen. Look like they're going to this small highway. Get as close as they can before they drop this. Into the back goes Robert, tired of waiting. Robert has had enough, and both the Genjis are gone. Zio was able to pick up 1, but the Rampage is out. Sound barrier from Shupak, and everybody is staying on their feet. Tevatron coming up to a Rampage of their own. Not even going to need it. Save that one for the next fight. It will be the last fight of this map.
Oh, I mean, great recognition that once they lost Rack so early that they decided to go ahead and hold on to their ultimate. So they're going to have the cleanse and Suzu, obviously, of Arlanta, but they're going to get that, you know, reduced time for their cooldowns to come back.
And there we go, the bricks of speed, the Fox to escort New Haven in, see if they can win their first map.
No way!
No! They drop to immediately! Tevatron rampages and celebrates, and RPI steal this one.
You're absolutely right. I mean, it had to be 1 health. Grogu had to be 1 health going in against those rail shots coming in from New Haven. Wow. That is fantastic work for them. No stress whatsoever. They were cool as a cucumber as they close that map out. because that should have been the flip. It should have been the flip, but they didn't get it. So there's the 1-0 lead now for RPI. Absolutely stunning end to Oasis.
It's true, and we were questioning, is Tevatron, that doesn't look to be a dedicated tank player, going to be able to keep up with Rec? It was a pretty resounding yes on those last 2 maps. First one did not go RPI's way, but what a bounce back.
I mean, like I said, once you go into the mirror, I mean, it's the best choice that you can make, right? You make the switch to mirror the composition, you're going to be 50% better than you were before. Now, it just depends on your individual skill. Obviously, it being the flex that they are, they do have the aim of the DPS. I'm not sure what their rank is on DPS, but, I mean, you still have that muscle memory of being able to hit the headshots when you need to. And I tell you what, I think Tevatron actually had the better axes and the better rampages coming through.
I mean, just from my test out of the, I mean, it's tough to tell, but I mean, yeah, sure, I'll give him that. No, absolutely. I mean, once was the GQ matchup there, the mirror. Tevatron certainly looked to be on top. It was close. Rack is pretty mean in their own right. I'd be surprised if this one's a 3-0. I mean, it went 99-99 in our third submat. Oasis could not have been any closer.
Nope. I mean, that's fantastic work for them. So, I mean, what are we looking at now? We're looking at hybrid. We know that both teams like to be up in each other's faces. We know that both Doe and Grogu want to play at arm's length. They want to be that, annoying Sojourn player that you can never really touch.
So you're telling me
they touched each other quite a bit, though.
True. I mean, it's just feeling the love. They're extending the love between our two teams. They express their love with bullets. That's just the way it goes.
It's swords. It's just a bullet kiss.
It's just a bullet kiss. That's all it is. All right, we got our first ban in here. And keeping things up close and personal. I mean, do you think we're going back to Kings Row like we saw in our first match?
I would assume so. If they feel comfortable and they want to really just engage in the whole brawly thing, probably New Haven is feeling like they got one stolen from them, and they want to reassert their tank dominance here. So Rack is probably absolutely buying into this brawl mirror. So I think that'll probably be where we go. I don't really think that we would need to go anywhere else. Maybe Eichenwalde if you want to play, with some distance. Really give the Sojourns room to shine.
And I think that's really kind of what we're saying here, right? If we end up at Kings Row, then we're pretty confident we're just going to settle in for that JQ with the Lucio Kiriko, the Sojourn Genji, and everybody just buckle up and get ready for that. But if we do end up going someplace, like Eichenwalde, I'm not exactly sure what's in the map pool, to be perfectly honest, but any place that has a little bit more range, it'll tell us that New Haven wants to, maybe try a different look. Maybe they got some poke up their sleeve or another style that they want to bring out to try to combat what Tevatron and the rest of RPI we're doing there in Oasis.
Right, and I mean, we're also really good on RPI to be able to recognize that, the Zarya ain't working, even though she's very popular right now, and going into the mirror. So that shows not only adaptation, but on the fly mitigation of what they were facing. Because they did just get absolutely slapped around on Gardens. And even when they switched to the Junker Queen, they really did get slapped around.
It was close. It was really close. And it also shows confidence in that hero as well, right? I mean, to be able to come out in an official and make those kind of changes on the fly. Like, we don't know exactly what the plans were for RPI coming into this match, but it looked like they were planning on playing Zarya through this, and then halfway through map 1, they've got to make a change on the fly, and they've got the skills to back that up. So, I mean, big props to RPI for being able to make that change, and then turn around and win the map on top of it.
It's fantastic. Absolutely what we love to see. I mean, this early in the season, too. This is the first week. There's got to be some nerves.
Oh, yeah.
There's got to be some nerves. I mean, maybe Tevatron was nervous when they came out of spawn and ran into a very, very seasoned Rack playing the Junker Queen. I would not have had Junker Queen on my bingo card either. So, just facing that, just the whole tank roulette thing that's going on right now, you rolled a snake eyes instead of craps, and you lost the poker bet there on Gardens, but really nice turnaround. And now we need to see, do New Haven, I mean, is this going to affect their mental any? Because I mean, they probably should have won there on Oasis, especially University. They had the ultimate advantage in their favor, and that rampage that came out from Tevatron was absolutely brutal in the end.
Well, we know where we are going here. Map number 2. Let's take a look, and well, it looks like we're both right. As we anticipate more of the JQ Mirror coming out, King's Row is up next.
Yep, I like this. We could see something different. You never know. We might see the Battle Cattle come out here and try to counter out the Junker Queen kits. So we'll see. We'll see how flexible Tevatron truly is here. We'll see if Rat can reestablish the tank dominance that should be theirs. But we'll see. Things will be told. And the plan will reveal itself here very shortly.
I mean, there's no other way to get around a Junker Queen other than just do damage to the hero. You can't... It's hard to counter them in any other way. If the JQ is up close and personal, then they're just doing a ton of damage. And the Orisa can struggle to output that. Like, a lot of sustain on an Orisa, but not the same amount of punching power something like a Zarya might have. Is what we're seeing the defense from RPI show us here. Other than that, I mean, we get a bit of a Reaper with it as well. So this is kind of a hybrid look. This is like part Brawl. Yeah, we'll call it Brawl. Why not?
I mean, we can call it a Zarya Rush if you want.
It is a Zarya Rush.
I mean, looking at New Haven, I mean, this is a very standard composition going out there, especially at the upper edges of our ranks. So
the London Spitfire call.
Yeah, I mean, this is the hottie special right here.
Yeah, this is the London Spitfire call.
They're in trouble. They're in trouble.
New Haven are going to work around the outside. It's this teleporter. This is what it's all about with this composition, is how do you use the teleporter to maneuver around, and is it in a way where you can catch the opponent off guard? But some valuable high ground up here. Getting dose set up on this high ground could be quite nasty.
I mean, if it's just a shooting box. The point just turns into a kill box, essentially, and especially with that, large rectangle man being able to shield your... Well, I say that. Never mind. Grogu just takes out Killer. No res available, so now you're in a 4v5 situation.
Well, see, RPI, they don't just sit on the point and let themselves get caught out. They do a really good job of an active defense and pursuing and making sure they're staying in ideal spots to keep this New Haven squad in check. That's exactly what Grogu did there. Moved all the way to the opposing high ground. Perfect shot. And now New Haven are in a bit of a weird spot and playing a player down. Oh, boot there. Could have been disastrous. But still, Rack is on the low ground. The rest of New Haven are heading back down in. Just after they've wasted enough time. Have yet to find 88. Oh, there it is. Never mind. Spoke too soon. 3 quick kills in succession. Deathball squad stumble onto their targets.
Well, I mean, once you lose your speed element there in Shupak, it's all done. It's all done. You can put an infinite number of immortality barriers. They're just going to be destroyed one right after another, and that's where you see them finally fall. They did take a minute 35 off the clock, though. So let's see if that actually, kind of snowballs defensively for RPI and allows them to make a better stand here as we head into the streets phase.
Oh, New Haven really like to push up to that bookstore, but Robert's able to kind of sneak in and just force the check, force the peel, and New Haven have to give up that space.
I mean, you're going to have the window here, so Doe could get a lot of work done with this amplification matrix.
Oh, you got to be careful of that Death Blossom, but it gets completely interrupted by Rack. Reads that one. Now the Shatter into the matrix to find 2. Both of them sent back to spawn. Spectacular Reinhardt play coming out of Rack.
Remember what I said? Rack needed to reestablish their tank dominance. You absolutely just did that. With the pit out and then the Shatter. I mean, that's just disgusting and wrong.
Yeah, that was mean. That was mean, and it's also forced to swap here. Tevatron's gone over to a Reinhardt just to have that shield and try to match Rack here as we get the approach of the back of point B.
Well, I mean, Robert over onto the Genji as well. So you've got, longer poke coming from Grogu. Then you're going to have the deflectability there. Rack is feeling the pressure already.
It's the overclock out from Grogu trying to fend Killer off, and they managed to do so despite the sound barrier. But with Tevatron falling, RPI could find themselves in a bit of a tough spot here. Shopak very low, oh so close to that sounding barrier, will not get it. Doe will not have any of your sounds. It's the mute button here from Doe, silencing the defense of RPI. Robert will fall, deflect is gone, immortality field used, that's done as well. New Haven, grab point B.
Well, not quite yet.
They will.
There we go. We will. Yeah, got back to his team too. Tevatron getting the heck out of Dodge, and it's actually been tied up here by Rack in the Shatter department. There was a 30% difference between them, and he just closed the gap faster than you like. Now Grogu over to their own bastion, so now Rack is going to be feeling the pinch.
Yeah. So try to break that shield with the original bastion. Grogu okay, with an ant matrix to work with, has to worry about the artillery strike coming in. The mortality field able to keep him. Just did gave damage of the ant matrix. So now that's faded. They return with one of their own. Now it's New Haven who are putting out twice as much damage. Salbear from the other side though, and the shatter from Tevatron is good. Double damage doesn't matter if everybody's on their back.
Yep, I mean he gave the life for the shatter, but still got the full value of the back. But they had a double kill there. Beautiful work from Pursuit. The amp speed coming from Shopak. Hello, beautiful work.
Yeah, it's really nice stuff out of RPI, out of Robert General. This freshman, I'm telling you, what a pickup here for RBI. What an addition to this squad.
I love it. I love it. I love to see the students just being out here and just playing their butts off. Sound barrier ready to go here for New Haven, and a very, very close blade.
Woo! That, speaking of close, Romeo almost took an artillery strike to the head, but the sound barrier is enough to allow Killer to get in and pick up two. Rack does fall, but is advantage enough. New Haven will at the very least round this corner and get close to the end. I don't know if they have the reinforcements to finish it, though.
They don't. And I mean, what a great disengage from Grogu, too. Being able to get themselves out of the sticky situation. And now they're going to be going in with this Ant Matrix coming up.
Well, Rack has made it back into the fight just in the nick of time. Arlana, perfect with the Ant Matrix right in front of the Bastion to counter the opposite side, but gotta back out. Doe runs out of the wheels down form, and both Ant Matrix fade. Z-Hobo's out of the fight. The Killer is going to come in and see if they can shut this down once and for all for RPI's defense. Rack is able to get the better end of Tevatron, and this cart floats in with lots of time.
I mean, the initial point was a great hold. It took a minute and a half off. I thought they were going to be able to set their feet. They never sat their feet on point B. Just great team play, great coordination, and the ult economy really was the difference there. I think for New Haven, being able to rotate. This is the beginning of the end of point B before it even really started.
Yeah, that shatter was pretty mean. The one at the books. Robert, my goodness, keep up the good work, youngin. This destroying things out. Marco St. Denis, hailing from Brazil, so far is stealing the show as far as I'm concerned, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic debut. Welcome. Welcome to the NECC, Robert. This is good stuff. I do like the generic gamer tag too. I think it's fabulous. Looks like they're going to come out. RPI are going to come out here with a Junker Queen. And then we're going to see this Bastion Genji lineup. And I like this because it's going to put immediate pressure on the Rack. You're going to have Robert creating hell in the back line of New Haven. Romeo and Arlanta are going to have to kind of, be best buds here in the back line because they're going to have a very upset Cyber Ninja coming after them eventually. We'll see if Robert can hit one shot, then see what kind of a swap they make.
I will say I think the swap to the Junker Queen will keep Killer at bay a bit more here. Killer has to be very careful of this Jagged Blade because all the mobility of a Genji can be absolutely thwarted with one Jagged Blade. It's going to be a quick aggress here from Tevatron, getting some significant damage down onto Rack, a little self-healing as well. So buying some space, the RPI now have a position on this point. They got to somehow figure out how to evict New Haven from behind Hotel, particularly when they have Doze set up on this crossing.
I mean, that's one good way right there. You're looking for you're looking for Rack to engage. He's going to go down.
Yeah, big mean headshot with the shotgun. that'll do it. I mean, it was just a good bit of do-si-do, and RPI leading the dance. One and done here on their attack for point A.
I mean, they wasted zero time, and now the pursuit is on as well. I think we're going to see Shoepack and company move forward. There's the shout, and there's the amp speed going forward. They're looking for more kills.
Point has not been capped yet, so there is an opportunity for the New Haven's defense to respawn altogether. Any split spawns here could be disastrous. Okay, they're all down in the subway. No, okay, they all just moved their spawn. Somebody got split spawn. They had to all move to the back spawn.
Yeah, they're gonna buy so much time, but I mean, look at they don't know the assignment.
It's a smart check. Yeah, it's a smart check.
Yeah, I like it. And look at this. We've got the swap coming from Rack over to the answering Junker Queen here. Get ready, Jeff. We're about to be face to face with some very upset Australian tanks.
Oh, and just windows right on top of each other. Massive amount of damage from both teams. A mortality field used here from the back. Grogu has already used that grenade, though. Now has the artillery strike to back it up. Everything you needed, and it's Tevatron there to clean it all up.
Tevatron getting the work done.
Four final blows.
They took a massive axe cleave from Tevatron. If you didn't notice the health bars of New Haven, all went sub 25% from one axe swing. That was beautiful work from Tevatron and
Robert.
Love it. I don't know. Robert was doing something on his own.
Robert was way deep. Robert thought we were on point C already or something. Rampage used here, no DPS standing for RPI, which means there's just no follow-up on the back of that Rampage, and suddenly this defense is going to plant. This is a dangerous spot to lose control.
Well, you're going to have Sound Barrier and Blade coming into this fight for RPI. You've got both DPS ultimates here for New Haven, so let's see what you can get. I think you put out the overclock here first. Pull all the resources out of RPI, pull that Sound Barrier out, and then go ham with the Blade.
Both blades coming out. Robert is already down low. Immortality field should give Killer the edge, but shoulda, woulda, coulda. It is RPI who are able to win that one out. Robert had no health, and there was an immortality field there, and Robert still manages to win that fight out. And of course, Tevatron coming up with a whole host of more kills. As you would.
What a great Junker Queen
Seriously.
that Tevatron possesses. I am absolutely jealous. Also, look at this time bank. 4:35 as we enter the Foundry, and you're coming up on the window. Window could actually be a big fight changer here.
I mean, overclock start things off from the defense, though. The mortality field used up front to keep Tevatron in this fight. They're able to top back off, but the overclock sneaks its way through into the back on a Z-Hobo. What a top pick coming out and cutting the knees off on this attack.
Well, I mean, this is a reset time here for RPI. Do we see any kind of changes? That's the thing. Do we see a change in the DPS? Do we see a tank change? No, we do not. We're going to go ahead and stick with this. Tevatron 20% away from this Rampage, and they're going to be going into a window. So, I mean, how are they going to get past this first quarter? They're already in it.
Oh, and Grogu goes down. All the good news is Z-Hobo did not use their amplification matrix. RPI really wants their Bastion there to throw down that, but now it just means they're kind of stuck in this awkward position where they can't really move forward, can't really back out. It's just die.
Free ult charge. That's what this is. This is an ult charge generating stagger here. I mean, one ultimate, and he's already 25% towards the next one. So Arlenta getting the work done there, taking a full minute and a half off the clock.
RPI wisely do hold on to those ultimates. There we go. Rampage finds 3, including both supports. No Sound Barrier to block it off, and Romeo goes down. Immortality field keeps Rack alive for the meantime, but Doe is not so lucky. The double damage too much for New Haven.
I mean, Robert, I don't know how Robert stays alive with 1 to 5 health. We're not sure exactly what number it is, but it was definitely single digits there. It just stays there. It just keeps deflecting and shooting the shurikens in and just getting the work done.
All right, sorry, a bit of a hiccup there. Super close to Blitz. as the artillery strike is unleashed. And RPI looking to finish off this map. That artillery strike landing means that they just might be able to do it with more time than New Haven. Rampage from Rack just gets absolutely nothing. Tevatron was the only one affected by that, still on their feet. And our time banks are 3 seconds apart.
Well, we knew this was going to be a close series, Jeff, and well, we are definitely there. 3 seconds apart. We went to 3 submaps in Oasis, and now we've got 3 completions and 3 seconds apart. Threes are going to be a number here today. I have a feeling. And we saw lots of triple kills coming from Tevatron. We also saw the same thing from Killer. Both these teams have a star, and I think that Rack has been doing it really well for New Haven, but I got to give it a little bit of the advantage over the Killer, because Killer's been getting some work done with these blades. But Tevatron has just been absolutely brutal on this Junker Queen.
Yeah, looking real good. What a turnaround. And from what I've said, I would recommend just staying on it. Like, it's like, okay, you're too good on the JQ. Like, let's just stick with that. We're seeing a little Zarya, seeing a little Ryan. None of them has worked as well as your Junker Queen.
No. Did have a good shatter when they were on the.
Tevatron didn't look bad on those other 2 heroes necessarily, but
you're shining on the Junker Queen. Absolutely.
Precisely.
Good thing also here for RPI. They do have the lead here in our series, 1-0. But they get to know what kind of a benchmark they're going to be going up against. We will see some ultimate rotations, though, Jeff. So this isn't going to be like throw yourself at the point. You can actually have some strategy. You can build up time. You can work a real opportunity to get as much progress as you can.
Yeah, which means kind of utilizing some of this high ground potentially as well. You're going to have to, because you have Grogu up there. New Haven are just going to rush it right up, man. Right into the back, and Grogu just immediately gets deleted. Rack showing off some prowess on the Junker Queen as well.
We not quite done yet. Shupak, are you going to be able to get out? Oh, yeah, you are.
Oh, it manages to get Doe along the way as well. This could be enough for a recontest, Billy. We'll have to see.
I mean, you're going to have the amp speed coming up here.
They're trying.
The whole thing. Yeah,
they're trying. Oh, shout amp speed. Are they going to go in? They're going in. Robert is there to hold, and yep, RPI are right back, but Shupak falls immediately. That knife was nasty. Oh, Robert. Ow.
They also brought out the Cutico here as well. So there was the Swift Step, and the Swift Step wasn't fast enough to get away from Gracie. Gracie pulls you back in and takes care of that. So, I mean, look at this, though. I mean, you're, 63% towards Rampage already. Arlanta's going to have a window, probably in the next fight. This was absolutely disgusting. Here's this knife. That's the knife right there that did it.
Yeah. Yeah, that was truly disgusting. Nasty. And Rack now 70% towards a Rampage. Grinder, once we hit overtime, those spawns get longer and longer. So a stop here from RPI seems almost crucial. Other things could get really out of hand for them. New Haven already used their amplification matrix early. Killer's already got one. Grogu's already down this early. Shupak as well. Arletta has the amplification matrix open. Rack dies. Tevatron might have just saved this for the team, unless the amp matrix can pull it around with this Bastion. Doe has the artillery, but the Rampage from the other side's gonna find 3. Doe picks up 1 with that artillery strike, but they're the only player left. And RPI crucially stopped this car at Bookstore.
Let me just throw something out there that I just realized. I said the Z-Hobo had switched over to the Kiriko. Well, they got Kitsune Rush in 1 fight. That is how much they got done in just that 1 fight. Absolutely fantastic from the support player from RPI.
Yeah, I mean, it was like a minute 3 there. We just saw it in the replays. And it was about a minute 3 when Z-Hobo was sitting at about 30%. And they have the Kitsune Rush there for that overtime fight. Absolutely impeccable. I mean, that's not an easy ult to build up in 60 seconds. Like, you think back in the tradition of Overwatch, you're like, that seems about right. But remember, they've continued to add time and to add how long these ultimates take to build up. Getting a Kitsune Rush in 60 seconds, that is brilliant.
That's impressive. Why can't I have these supports in my games? Seriously.
Because you got to go play for a bigger college like New Haven or RPI.
Listen here, you. I am way too old to be playing esports at a college. That's why I'm casting it.
I never wanted to hear that. You're too old for anything. Edge is just a number. What else is a number is this 2 minutes and 3 seconds RPI has to try to equalize the 4 points New Haven has on the board. If they want to move up to match point at the very least, otherwise we're headed at a halftime tide.
Oh, Nani, we're bringing out the ride. We're going full Spitfire.
Yep, we're back. Saw this early, teleport up to the high ground. Like it, early. Early rotations, quick rotations, and immediately dropping right back down. The Rhino on one side and the Bastion on the other. To the statue and get the shield up. Put good spot to receive. Healing at a good spot to get a double kill. Tevatron cracking this thing open only 30 seconds into the overtime push. Pushes out. There's only 2 players left. Yeah, with Rack dying, this point is dusted.
Oh my god, that was way too fast. I love it. And look at this forward positioning as well. They're going to set up a car wash. They've got this front and back covered. They're going to have a little over a minute to get themselves, 63.47 meters? Yeah, they're going to have a time of it here.
Get around bookstore is essentially what it's at. But New Haven are all here. They got close spawns in the subway.
Oh, no.
Was I about to say all 5 are here? No! There's only 2 people from New Haven left on this point, and Rack is sitting at sub 5 health, and past the box of victory go RPI.
Yep, it's done. It's Jover.
I mean, the card still has a decent way to go.
I don't care.
Oh, no.
Especially,
Rack, they knew you were there, bud. Rack tried to just, stop in the pub for a little refreshment. Just took a seat at the booth.
The Matrix and the photon barrier. Oh man, from bad to worse.
On at the exit of the Foundry. I mean, it's gonna be so tough for anybody to even get close. With the Lucio down, there is nobody left to contest an RPI. They're a University of New Haven with a better time bank. They said, you put up 2 minutes, we'll put up 2 minutes and 3. Said, you're going to put 4 points on the board, we're going to put up 5.
And I mean, this is an absolutely deserved play of the game. Tevatron absolutely annihilating, decimating, destroying this New Haven team. And New Haven, welcome to the NECC, where people like to throw things at your head, and it sticks, and it works. And man, Tevatron, the flex is absolutely beautiful, Jeff.
It is. And I mean, the junior has been absolutely stellar here today. And I mean, can't be understated, that Junker Queen. I mean, we saw the Zarya start here, and we see New Haven were able to get into point C with a good amount of time. But Junker Queen comes out, and the Rampages are there. The Jacket blazes on point. And, I mean, Tevatron and Gracie are like peanut butter and jelly.
Oh, absolutely love it. Absolutely love it.
All right, well, map 3 around the corner. We'll see if RPI can close this thing out. When we return, we'll see you on Flashpoint. was that a gnarly King's Row. Going to extra innings, 2 minutes on the clock for both teams, but it is the Junker Queen of Tevatron that emerges victorious when it's all said and done. Whenever Tevatron goes over to that JQ, Billy, it just seems lights out for UNH.
I just cannot get over how good it is. And I mean, just fight-changing ultimates coming out. I mean, the jagged blade accuracy, I think, is the thing that I'm most impressed with, because it don't miss. You see it don't miss. Rack is not a shabby JQ by any stretch of the imagination, but Tevatron just has that extra little je ne sais quoi that just is perfect. But you know what? Things must move on. They are on match point. We're going to Suravasa, and this is my personal favorite Flashpoint map. I like it's gorgeous. First of all,
it is gorgeous.
And then looking at the individual Flashpoints, I like that you can't get away in certain areas. I like that you have to fight it out.
Right.
I also think about this as a more of a macro part of these Flashpoints, Jeff, is that you have the ability to say, you know what, I'm good. I'm going to go ahead and go for the next Flashpoint, and roll the dice and see if you have the right rotation to go to the next Flashpoint. If you just find you're like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm not going to contest this anymore. I'm not going to fit any more old charge over. That's the thing I like the most about this map type, is that you do have that option. You don't have to throw yourself at the point, because you have at least two others to be able to try and take on your own.
We noticed after Push was released that it took teams a couple months to really kind of figure out how you're supposed to rotate. We saw teams really try to stick and hold on to the bot, and then learned that no, it's better to rotate back and have these really fluid rotations that made for really clean fights. And I think teams are still kind of figuring that out about Flashpoint, figuring out exactly when to leave the point, like you're talking about, pursue kills, perhaps even intercept the enemy team well before the next Flashpoint unlocks. The pace of this game is still being figured out. The pace of this game mode in particular is still being figured out, and I think it has everything to do about the timing of those rotations.
I think also your ultimate rotation also plays a very heavy hand in when you decide. So I mean, there's so much micro to the decision to give up or to contest a Flashpoint. I think that's why this game mode is so good. Because it requires not only the individual points, but it also requires you the macro of having to pull out, of having to zoom out and say, you know what, is it actually worth it to go in here? And that's, for me, it's a cerebral part of the game, which is one of the main reasons why I play this game, is because it is so cerebral.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, I mean, they knocked it out of the park with this map type, and now we're going to go to market. And we're going to join, and I don't see a symmetry here, but we do have Lucio's.
We also have Miguel O'Hara subbing in for Grogu. So a little bit of switch up in the DPS role here for RPI. Perhaps just give players a little different experiences. Miguel is bringing out the Genji. Robert heading on over to the Soldier. So the freshman all-star is changing up their role just a little bit here as we head into our third map, and it's going to be Robert drawing first blood on said Sojourn. Finds Doe with that railgun shot, and now this is just going to be easy pickings. Yeah, that was gorgeous. Select little shot, great open sight lines here for RPI, and they're going to be able to start things off right.
Fabulous. That's just pure filth right there, and I love it. I love it when the Robert in Brazilian.
That was in Brazilian? Is that Portuguese, I guess is, yeah?
Yes. Portuguese. Yes.
Yes, okay, so raw in Portuguese is the same. Okay, good to know.
Yes. He just said raw.
I saw that.
I don't know if it was...
I saw that.
He just said, I feel that. But look at Tevatron. Tevatron already over 60% towards Rampage in the first fight.
They did win that fight. Oh, this has gotten a bit messy here in front of the point. I think it's Romeo who's off to the right-hand side, not really the rest of the team. Killer's the one that ends up going down. Romeo makes it back out the doorway to rejoin, but it's too little too late. The speed and the heels just not quite there. But a disconnect from New Haven, and a flawless fight win from RPI.
Wow, RPI really turning on the heat there. Miguel O'Hara, I mean, the dash resets, the deflect was beautiful. You've got two ultimates ready to go here for RPI as they're going to go ahead and take this first Flashpoint, and we'll see where the rotation takes us next.
Yeah, see, and it's these decisions. This is the crucial decision-making time right now. And New Haven decided to invest! That was not the right decision! Oh, it was close. At least you got the Kitsune Rush and the Rampage out from the other side. This feels a bit all for naught, as the point had already gone to RPI. But Killer will grab a couple of final blows here on the back of it and hopes the respawns and the next spawn point procs in their favor.
Well, we'll see how it goes, because you're going to have a 4 ultimate fight actually for New Haven coming in here. They do get so many tools out of RPI though, so actually it works in their favor.
And with Temple being our next objective, I think it actually favored spawn-wise for New Haven as well. Benefited, should I say. Lots of ults online here for New Haven, because, well, they didn't spend a ton of them in the back of that last fight. They only spent the one. Rampage! I mean, the 2D kills coming up. Well, basically, what a piece. It's Rack got the final blow. Teo is there to get one on the back end.
Well, I mean, at least it was a fast fight. That's the good news for RPI. The bad news is that they invested their sound barrier and lost somebody immediately. And Tevatron actually going off the edge here. I'm wondering if we're going to get a switch in tanks here. No, I guess we're not.
No,
so
just doesn't want to get staggered.
Stick with it.
Yeah, just can't afford
I like it. I like it.
Yeah. Oh, they are not back in the fight. Okay, there's Tevatron. This is pretty much approaching last fight. These ticks build up so fast. I don't know if RPI will get another chance if they lose this one. Miguel O'Hara goes down. They need to disengage. They need to get out now. They're trying to. The shout is out, but New Haven is in hot pursuit. Even using the Suzu to get back around that corner. Good play from Shupak just to boop everybody away by one more shot.
Well, I mean, you do it in the neutral too. I mean, you win this basically in the neutral. You get to hold on to your Rampage, so now you're going to have the ultimate advantage going into the next flashpoint.
This one's not done. Smart play from RPI.
Surely you can't touch.
Give himself a chance here. Rack decides to hold on to that Rampage to the initial start of the fight, but Miguel O'Hara is not going to be patient. They are jumping right into the thick of things and cutting everything in half. That's 3. RPI swing this one back in the final possible twilight hour.
Still expensive though. They put out the Kitsune Rush in there as well. I don't know if you necessarily needed it on the back of pulling the blade there, so maybe a little bit overzealous there. But I mean, they ensured the fight win, and now they're going to be procking up here. They're at 25%. They still have to contend with the Kitsune Rush and this Rampage that Rack has just not let loose with.
Yeah, I'm just surprised they didn't pull it a bit earlier in that previous fight, but hey. You've got a retake tool now, and one of the best in the game. Early shots going in, considering a rush from Heartlander to start things off. Shout is out. Rock is looking for anybody, but RPI have just pieced out in all directions. Finds someone down low. Robert finds Doe off screen. Finally, the Rampage comes out. Oh, and Rack is just absolutely destroyed. Got a couple with the Rampage, though, and the friends are able to follow up. Everybody getting involved. Orlando with a pair of kills, and Rack's sacrifice was not in vain.
Well, I mean, great follow-up there from Killer. Just absolutely ginging out there. The Ginsu knife, that really ages me. It slices and dices. It does everything. It's the Ginsu knife. It gets a dud. And now, you have sound barrier and the blade coming into this fight. Doe's not too far back with the overclock. As we head to Palace, this is going to be a very interesting engagement here, because you're looking at a Rampage, but you got a sound barrier on the back of it.
About to get theirs up before all of that happens. RPI will be very happy about it, as they would have some flowchart Overwatch available. Hey, take Doe out early. Robert once again getting the better end of the Soldier player on the other side. Played Genji all day long and is now swapped to the Soldier and is still impressing me.
I mean, has everybody in their line of sight. I mean, that could have been a nasty Rampage that came out there from Tevatron. Once again, ultimate discipline, absolutely stunning me tonight.
Yeah, and now with Shopak having the sound barrier, they have the perfect answer. They know Romeo's going to drop. There's a response, and that's exactly what's going on here. Shopak is there, though, but ends up dying after the sound barrier is cast. And Arkinchis go blade to blade here in this tiny room, and Doe finally finds their revenge against the freshman. New Haven, they are not quite done here. They're going to get one back of their own.
Absolutely they are, but I mean, they only put in the Rampage into that fight, so they're going to have a 4-pack going through. Late stagger, though, on the Shupak. Yes, you'll get him back relatively quickly, But still, it's going to be about 50% by the time these two teams lock horns again. And I want to see, will Doe finally be able to take the better of Robert here? Because, as you said, Robert was playing Genji all series long.
Oh, yeah, I think Doe just got the first kill onto Robert, at least in that head-to-head kind of matchup of the map in the last fight. See Hobo with a Kitsune Rush to escort Tevatron and the rest of the squad onto this point. Shoepox can go ahead and drop that sound barrier. Kitsune Rush thrown in as well with the blade. That is 3 ultimates and a pair of kills to show for it. A lot of pressure down on Iraq. He's going to throw in a late rampage. Ambitious play out of Rack.
Well, I mean, there's a flip. It's going to come at 90%, so this is a good turn for them. They do invest the 3 ultimates into that fight. Now, so did New Haven. Everybody's cupboards is bare except for Robert. Robert just said, you know what? That's enough ultimates from us. I'm going to go ahead and put mine in the back cupboard.
Oh, that felt a little undisciplined from Rack and Doe. Investing very late in that fight. And there was really no chance of bringing. That was such a small percentage chance to bring that back. And you really needed that. We'll see if New Haven can break this open, despite not having that rampage here. Last chance, and Robert's got an overclock on the outside. Not quite able to find the mark with it. New Haven doing a good job of using their corners. Elois in this ult. Now it is gone, and New Haven are going to circle around, try to come in through main. Close to a sound barrier. Could be the only hope here for the Chargers, but Rack is already down. They do manage to get Shoepak, but New Haven are going to have to do this without their tank, if they can do it at all. Romeo is going to fall. The sound barrier will not be there. Arlena is able to get O'Hara out of this fight, but Tevatron is still dominating on this point. Just 1-0. That Jacket Blade's going to win. The Carnage cuts him in 2, and Tevatron will not be denied. It is RPI able to close this out. They take this point one step closer to taking the series.
Oh, I don't know if Tevatron necessarily needed to put that rampage out.
Probably not.
Boy, did they get the results, but now they're going into a 3 ultimate fight from New Haven. This should be a pretty good chance for New Haven to tie us up here at the flashpoint and take us to map point.
We're on our final objective. Under ruins. On the northwest side of the map, closer to RPI spawn. Both teams are going to get here about the same time. Nobody with a bit of an advantage to set up. Kitsune Rush out from New Haven as they move on to this point. Killer has the blade in the pocket, able to help Rack take Tevatron out of this fight early. Attention turn, a very quick step from Z Hobo, and it's still not enough to escape the danger.
I mean, a good job there from Killer, holding on to the blade. So now you've got sound barrier and blade going into this fight. You only have the Kitsune Rush from Z Hobo to keep RPI's hopes alive here to take this map. We're at 25% and counting. Tevatron, I'm still kind of questioning that rampage, but we'll see how they get in here.
It's going to be a Kitsune Rush to try to get in. Managed to get Racked before the sound barrier comes down, so Killer's got a bit of an uphill battle here with this blade. Eats some shots, but eventually finds Robert. And New Haven might have done just enough with Romeo coming up on that kill into Z Hobo, but Doe's got to do it. Does lands that one. Still, Tevatron is sitting at about 100 health. Doe is here, and the Kiriko is back. So Tevatron is just doing a bit of a dance, waiting for reinforcements.
I mean, at this point, I would give it up because you know where. You know where you got to go. I would just be kiting to the next flashpoint at this point.
Yeah, our last point will be Gardens in the southeast corner, closer to New Haven spawn. But RPI are all here. They will get a decent fight. They're going to use a sound barrier to ensure that'll happen. Blade out from Miguel O'Hara, and Doe is going to fall immediately. Deflect, keeping Killer alive for the moment, but they've run out of cooldowns and have to get the heck out of Dodge. Meanwhile, Rack is able to take down Tevatron and throw in a rampage. Robert is going to fall. Miguel O'Hara is left here. New Haven managed to, oh no, losing Rack. They're not going to manage to do anything, Billy.
I mean, the rampage comes out. The blade comes out. The overclock comes out, Jeff. Everything comes out. And now you're looking at a sole rampage that's going to be left standing in the dust here as we cross the 25% mark. Arlanta, I'm sorry. They're going to have a Kitsune Rush. So, I mean, Rampage versus Kitsune. I'm actually giving New Haven the edge in this fight.
All depends on if they can avoid the Kitsune Rush or how many can get Suzu. They can save the Suzu for that ultimate. Rat getting very aggressive here up the stairwell. Good positioning, and Tevatron has to come back down to receive some healing. The Rampage is only going to get a couple. Doe doesn't get Suzu, though, and Doe falls immediately. Jagged Knife, and Tevatron tacks another one on. Oh, sees a very lower lid off the outside, but meanwhile, back in point, Rack and Killer are cleaning house, and New Haven might just send us to that elusive 5th point of Garden.
Yeah, it's definitely happening. That'll be the flip right there. Now, New Haven does have the spawn advantage, but as far as ultimates coming up here, I mean, what? The Kitsune Rush of Z-Hobo going up against a sound barrier. This is going to be very interesting how New Haven gets onto the point and manages to find the right lines of sight here, because this is a very open last flashpoint.
Tevatron has been so good at getting into the enemy team. And this is one of those points where getting into the back line of the enemy, it feels... you got a lot of rotations doing a lot of avenues to make it happen, and Tevatron's been a master of it all day long. New Haven pushing it on the outside and managed to pick up Robert with an aggressive push into that side room. Now back to the point. Come RPI, but they lose two along the way. Doe finds Shupak, and Tevatron fell as well. New Haven, whoo, they can smell that map 4, Billy.
No, I can smell it too, especially with 4 ultimates coming up online here for New Haven. This is going to be very interesting how RPI decides that they want to invest into this fight. I think that you've got to get the Kitsune Rush out early and really press the advantage onto New Haven.
RPI out front. You can decide, oh, no, they're headed up top. All right, they're going to play around this center pillar of the double staircase with their Kitsune Rush. Robert up top does have this overclock to work with. Not popping it just yet. Wants to drop down, get that extra fire rate. And now they've got extra shielding to boot. Blade out from Miguel O'Hara. RPI have invested heavily into this. They're not able to get much of the sound barrier and a blade from the other side. And New Haven are still a player up in this fight. With Killer taking down one, they will maintain that advantage. Tevatron turns the corner and gets the kill with the Carnage. Lands the action, kills Arlanda as well. It's a 1v1 that Rack will win.
We're going to map 4, baby. We going to map number 4, New Haven. Against the run of play. Has taken a map from RPI and really showed some serious mental fortitude here. Questionable ults from both sides. I got to throw that out there. A little bit of overinvestment, not knowing when to let go. I think that for them, I think that they need to be talking about the ultimate usage here coming into map number 4. But I tell you what, New Haven just showed me something very important here in the NECC, and that is heart. And I mean, what a fantastic map from them.
I think it's poetic that we go down to a tank v tank 1v1 at the very end of that map. And it's Rack who is left standing there to celebrate, there to cap and plant the flag on Suravasa for the Chargers and extend the life of New Haven here in week 1 of the NECC. What a play, what a match.
Oh, man, absolutely great. And Miguel O'Hara, by the way, the substitute that came in, had a fabulous debut here in our new season on the Genji, getting the work done. But Killer and Doe were absolutely killer here on this map and just had a fantastic map. I'm just amped. I'm amped for all these players right now. They're playing so well. Gosh, dang it. This is just beautiful play from both teams.
Tevatron with that big pick on the end of the dash, like just reading the dash distance perfectly and getting the flick. Look at that, another great flick from Tevatron. And then that's the pull in. Woo! That JQ has been something special. But hey, you know what? The Chargers found the answer. What it looked to be, just play JQ of your own. Just mirror.
I love it. I love it. Now push is going to be our next map type here, Jeff. And oh, man. I mean, if you're wanting to stay with the Junker Queen, I think there's 2 places that you go. You either go to Coliseo, which is the best for the Junker Queen composition, or you go to Esperanza and decide, you know, that you want to be sneaky Junker Queen and come out from these little hideaways and corridors and have a lot more fun there.
Well,
I think we go to Coliseo.
Well, I think UNH kind of read that one, and they banned out Esperanza specifically, so RBI could not go to what would probably be the best Junker Queen map. So we'll have to wait and see where they decide to send us. But between New Queen Street and Coliseo, like it's tough because Coliseo, you have a lot of high ground that you typically want to fight around, which isn't necessarily what you think of when you think of a Junker Queen composition. Is the choice here from RPI. We have not seen any substitutes yet, which makes me think we'll see Robert stick with that Sojourn to perhaps take advantage of those good angles.
Correct. And I think that, Robert really shows the flexibility here of the Brazilian DPS player. So I'm completely enthralled by this play right now. And I think that Coliseo is a good pick. I think it is a good Junker Queen map because you do have the long straightaways. You got the drag strip where you could have the long extended initial fight. I mean, you could theoretically in a minute and a half, theoretically speaking, get a rampage up, and I think the first team that gets rampage up, depending on Suzu usage, is probably going to be the victor of the map. That's just how I see it coming out. Now, both these teams are fighting with all they got, and I tell you what, maybe it's the beginning of a reverse sweep. I don't know, because man, Suravasa was back and forth just like all of our maps have been all series long, Jeff, and maybe New Haven have that spark in them.
I mean, they clawed back. New Haven were down 1-2 in Suravasa, and they were able to come back and win those last 2 points. After the way things were looking after that third point, I thought they were done. No. You can't count out this Charger squad. We have definitely seen their heart on display. And you and I have talked about for years, that is the single most important aspect in competition. You've got to have heart. You got to have that determination, that never give up no matter what. And that's exactly what we saw out of New Haven. And that's the kind of attitude that'll win you a reverse sweep.
Absolutely, my friend. I'm here for it. I am absolutely here for it. They're going to be fighting over Timothy Smythe here. And first pick will get you, obviously, I think you'll get first control out of it. We've got the Genji Sojourn coming out from both sides. It is complete mirror matchups here. Who's the better Junker Queen composition?
Yeah, no changes. We have indeed settled into this. I mean, and this could go either way. If a team is not smart with their cooldowns, it could leave them very vulnerable to an early pick. But there is both teams are smart. This could go on for another 60 seconds without anybody drawing blood.
I mean, the commanding shot is so good here because it allows you to disengage and get back into your score charge. But there's a jagged blade right there. Bye-bye.
Yeah, they catch that use of the shout, and immediately everybody jumps onto Rack. Miguel O'Hara is down, but Tevatron's the only Junker Queen here standing, so it's still a big advantage to RPI, despite it being a 4v4 right now.
Yep, Tevatron kind of damping the line there, especially in that disruptor field. Damage seems to stick a lot better when that's going on.
Oh, Tevatron once again showing off the expertise with the jagged knife. Just a couple of quick kills. All right, so RBR grabbed first. At least the first fight win, we'll call that. And turning the first corner. Now here's the hard part. Can you get past this high ground?
Oh, Jeff, but look at the JQ old generation right now, 60-25. That is some serious work being done by Tevatron right now. They're going to get Rampage first.
Oh yeah, already 70% to it. That one landed 2 of the Carnage, gets through 3. Tevatron, I don't think realized how much healing they were getting on the back of that, because they ended up just kind of disengaging a little bit, but that was nasty.
Absolutely filthy. Arlanta does have Kitsune Rush ready to go. This could actually be a turning point.
Yeah, semi-point for both teams, and it is that Kitsune Rush out. Rampage is down, but on the spot with the Sal barrier.
Good night.
Miller's going to pick him up, and a little 1-2 punch. Shupak gone as well. RPI, they get, they lose control of Timothy. The senior.
Oh, has he graduated from Timothy Smythe the first?
It's TS1. Okay, it's TS1, so 1 would be the senior, right?
Yes.
Tim's the senior. That's what I'm sticking to it.
New Haven actually gets both their DPS ultimates on the back of that Kitsune Rush. Very smart usage of it to make sure that they have the tools to be able to get even more progress than what RPI got on their first challenge.
Oh, Rack, that is looking scary. What a Suzu. 30 health, and Rack gets the Suzu just in the nick of time. But now, is there anything to block against the blade coming out? Killer's looking to respond. Miguel O'Hara with one of their own DPS ult on all sides. And when the dust settles, it's 2 kills here for RPI. Looking to hunt down this backline now. Whoop, little swift step, and Arlanta is out of there. Given gets the revenge kill on Z Hobo. Wait, what? What a turnaround from New Haven.
We're just gonna go claws in all the way. They're gonna actually meet and exceed. Romeo turning it on. Holy cow!
Oh, that was a cool little Lucio 1v1 along the walls of Coliseum there. I didn't expect to see the DJ battle on the walls of Rome. I should have known, Billy. I should have known.
Nobody knows these things. Nobody knows. But Doe does have this overclock coming in, and Romeo once again leading the charge.
Oh, and the Gladiator! That is Doe coming in with 2 quick picks. Make it 3.
All right. I mean, what a fantastic one ultimate to win the fight, and they get it done. Now they've got the double support ultimates to get them to the scratch moment. We're looking at a change here. Tevatron being forced off the Junker Queen.
Ooh, going back to the Zarya. Okay. I'm worried for him here, but New Haven kind of neglected the bot there for a split second, which means they do not have close response, and Rack is already out of this fight. So, I mean, right out of the gate, okay, Zarya works for this first fight. And RPI should be able to swing this bot back around. A kill onto Romeo. Looking good for that endeavor.
Oh,
I don't know if they're gonna count. Nope. Nice right click from Tevatron. That was cool.
I mean, already 62 to grab as well. What a disruptor shot going from long range. That's beautiful. That's going to get them their overclock here. So, sound barrier ready to go. You've got the Kitsune Rush here from Z Hobo. Need to see them really hold on to that until they don't need it.
How did Robert even see that? Are you kidding me? That is crazy. And Tevatron is able to kill one as well. Robert with the overclock off the high ground to find Arlanta. And well, man, RPI should be able to get the lead off of this.
Depends on how fast. Yeah, because you don't have the speed engage.
It's going to be close. And it depends. Because RPI can hold this bridge, I think they'll be able to deny a touch.
Yeah, especially if Tevatron keeps hitting these. Oh, I mean, there's the speed engage right there. They should be able to touch.
It's close. Kitsune Rush up over the top. 94% to a Graviton Surge. Tevatron is here, but Hobo is not. So it is just a Lucio with a sound barrier to try to keep RPI from dropping this all-important point. It's going to be a Graviton Surge, but Shupak goes down. There's just not enough follow-up, and the Suzu denies any final blows on the tail end of that. RPI gets stopped less than a meter shy of the lead.
Oh, my word. I mean, that's a heartbreak. They had the fight won, and then they didn't because Arlanta comes massive with the Suzu, and now it's the 3 ultimate fight going in here for New Haven. Now they do have to face these. Well, I guess they don't get the forward spawns there. So, ooh boy, yeah, that's a heartbreak.
We are right back into neutral territory. A lot of ults to work with here, including the Dragon Blade coming out of Killer, but Robert shuts that down. The gun is mightier than the sword in that instance, my friend. Bit of revenge, but Rack gets themselves in tight.
Good God, Robert.
Healers just can't even get close, and Robert dominates. Did y'all know this is Robert's house?
I mean, Robert's from Portugal or from Brazil, not Italy, but making this his home. Good God, what a turn there from Robert. I mean, the sense on this kid is absolutely disgusting. 0.0 or 0.83 meters is the difference between the two.
Yeah, and the Lucio is staying on the bot this time. Shupak will give the lead. Not yet! RPI dropped just in the nick of time, but Doe falls in that rotation. Brilliantly done. Look at this from RPI. They back out, get the 2 DPS that are trying to pursue them, and then they're right back on top of this point. Incredible movement out of this veteran squad, and Tevatron picking up a kill there will ensure they get the butt scratch moment.
Oh man, 2:33 on the clock. They now get the butt scratch. They get the forward spawns. They've got the blade. They've got the Kitsune Rush. They're going into double support ultimates from New Haven Chargers. This is going to be a very difficult fight for New Haven to really contest.
I mean, Tempestron's like right outside their door.
Right. I mean, just having a wonderful time. Thank you very much.
Yep, and once again, they disengage just enough to throw the Kitsune Rush down, but reading it, New Haven has a sound barrier on this point.
Oh, the dash!
Oh, yep, he's going to pull out the katana as well on the back of it. And that will be all you need. Nothing more than that. Sound barrier, rush, and blade. I mean, that's plenty.
They get the sound barrier out of Romeo. So they're putting a lot of pressure onto Atlanta here with this incoming grab. I don't know if they think that Tevatron has it yet.
We'll see if Suzu gets used early. No, it's the grab that's used early. The Suzu is there, but still plenty of time for the two DPS to follow up on the supports. Arconic Sune, that was a Kiriko and a Soldier caught in that Graviton Surge. Still looking insurmountable for New Haven at this point.
I mean, we're sub 90 seconds here, Jeff. You're looking at Robert coming up on another overclock BT dubs. This will be number 4. But a blade and a Kitsune Rush could stop him.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush immediately used. They just run right past Tevatron. Tevatron was waiting at the spawn door, and New Haven just zipped right on out of there like an F1 car. Tevatron just saw like a little blur by.
Yeah, we're not. Yeah, that's a nope. That's a nope moment if I ever saw it. RPI though, I mean, they've got the meterage. They've got the time. The timer is in their favor right now. This is going to have to be a massively well thought out engagement here coming from New Haven. You can't blow all 3 ultimates at once.
No, most certainly not. I mean, your safety net's pretty much gone. Cushion gone. Doe, well, made sure that Miguel O'Hara is gone. So only 1 DPS. Now here for RPI, they're just going to disengage. That's enough. They don't want any part of this.
I want to see where Robert decides to pull the trigger on the Q here. They do get the butt scratch from him, so there's a little bit of a pause here. That's not what this New Haven team needs.
Oh, here comes the blade. Killer is already down. Doe falls as well. There's just no punching power left. I don't think the sound barrier hit the 2 DPS. They were just out of range of it. And New Haven, man, it was hard fought. It was a good debut, but Robert's debut was better. Here in week 1 at NECC, RPI will take the map and the series 3-1.
Can we just talk about that Graviton Surge, by the way? Tevatron was like 50 health, maybe.
We can talk about whatever you want, Billy.
Oh my goodness gracious. And actually turns that fight. Because they had the numbers advantage. And they get it done. Man, Doe put on a hell of a performance. What a debut for these players this season. Holy cow. The first 2 games, first 2 series out of the gate here, Jeff, have been absolutely fantastic. I don't care what the scoreline says.
Oh, this is how we like to start the season here at NECC. Oh, and I mean, we're not done. Like, the good times are just going to keep on rolling. I mean, we still have more matches coming up. Let's see. What's our 3rd and final match, producer? I know we've got it around here somewhere.
Sacramento State and...
There you go. Billy, I keep you around for some reason. You stay on top of
Sacramento
things.
State and I'm drawing a blank. Oh, GFU.
Ah, of course. Well, there you go. NECC Week 1 action will continue. I think we're going to pass the baton over to a new set of fresh faces coming on in, but y'all don't go anywhere. Week 1 will continue around side of this break.
Hello and welcome back. It is Thursday night, NECC Overwatch. You're already 2 games down, but a third one is on the way. I'm end of class to join tonight, but to try hard Ray. And Ray, we got another game. It's the last game of the night. Sac State Gold, GFU Esports. What are we expecting here?
I mean, I'm expecting just a full-out just brawl between these two teams, two very talented teams going at it. And while we talk about these teams, let's go ahead and pull up some of those rosters. We'll start with the Sac State Gold team. I mean, very talented roster, as you can see on the screen. I'm really excited to see, I mean, we've even seen in Overwatch League today just how open this meta is. I feel like you can find a composition that you and your team feel really good about it. And if you can play it to the highest levels, you can make it succeed in this meta.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me about open metas when I've been watching European contenders all year. That goes absolutely off the chains, but these teams in Collegiate definitely know something about that. So let's take a look at their opponents on GFU Esports side, because that is, again, another talented roster coming at you. Both these teams also have an extra sub that's currently not listed, of course, because looking at the starting lineups, but potentially they'll bring in a 6. They sub them out. We see Collegiate teams liking to do that due to either hero specialism or just due to the more open nature of wanting everyone to, get their chance to play specialisms. And the way they practice is also very different from that sense than we sometimes see from pro teams or even semi-pro teams. And seeing that energy come through is always lovely. That's why we love NECC. That's why we love Collegiate. And Ray, we have also, since the last season of NECC, had some changes to what we have available in our maps. Naming, we've got Flashpoint to play with. Flashpoint is definitely going to be featured tonight in our first of 3 series. It's going to be the 3rd one, but we could see every single map type out there. And if we get a draw on hybrid, maybe even a 6th.
I'm very excited. Flashpoint is such an exciting, fast-paced type mode. I love its control aspects, but like the fact that you can just think about in between rounds after a point's been capped, like, hey, let's go attack this team in transition when they're not thinking we're going to, catch them off guard, and then you just stagger them for so long and get so much free point percentage. It just pays to be hyper aggressive and very smart with your situational awareness when it comes to those maps. So be very excited to see whether we go to that Saravasa or the new Junk City. But as you can see on the screen, we will be starting with Control, and we are starting with Lijiang Tower.
Yep, Lijiang Tower, the first map. It's a classic in our map pool, and even though we're getting a new Control map soon, it's been a tease, it's been announced. We still have the current pool to play with. There is of course still the system that we're running here on NECC where when a map gets selected, the team that doesn't get to select the map gets to ban a map of that map type. So currently one of the other Control maps is out of the rotation. We likely won't be getting back to Control or any of those other map types, but the ban situation is still interesting. You can eliminate some of those choices that might not be conducive to what you think your meta style is. With Sac State Gold and GFU Esports coming at you right now, going to be starting on Lijiang Gardens. A lot of environmental hazards. And can you get across that bridge is always the question.
Yeah, that's going to be the #1 priority for these teams. And that's the good thing about Flashpoint coming in this meta is now you don't go to Control twice. So you don't have that advantage if you're a team who thrives on Control. There's a lot of teams who thrive on those map types. So just getting to map 5 gives them an advantage. But as we take a look at the compositions for these teams, GFU continuing to play like that very Orisa style that we saw in the previous patch with the Sim and the Bastion. So it just predicates on a lot of damage from that Bastion, while Sac State Gold's going more with the Brawl with the Ramatra, but they're going to have a Pharmacy, and there's no hit scans for GFU, so you're going to be careful.
Have to be very careful. In the Bastion can, of course, do a lot of damage through it together with Baptiste, but it's going to be a tricky one. Not really the role they're maybe used to. However, with Canner going super low, Sac State has to take a little bit of a backseat. They're okay with that, though. They like the poke, but they don't like to poke without their tank. The trade is coming back on the Genji. However, it looks like GFU Esports is going to take an early lead in this particular control point. Not a huge loss for Sac State just yet. And look at that. Flaming Sushi still pumping out the damage to get that ult up.
And that's the old adage when you're going against a pharmacy composition is, can you as a brawl team focus down the remaining members of Sac State Gold who aren't the pharmacy before that pharmacy gets value? And in that case, they could, and they're going to have to continue to do that to hold this point.
Yep. Looking at Flaming Sushi, looking for the angle. They're close to that barrage already. It's insane how quickly you can build it up sometimes. There is a window for the Warrior on the other side. Nice wall to stop the Orisa from completely retreating, but there was a gap she could get through. Flaming Sushi setting up for the barrage, trying to feel this out, but does get back into it. However, Chaos in the meantime is showing exactly that. More and more Chaos as the barrage came out, and Sac State gonna have to go back to spawn and try again.
Yeah, unfortunately, that wasn't the best positioning for that barrage. The Immort field was out, plus that, plus the amplification matrix was out. So then Bash, I mean, you do get the Baptiste, but it doesn't matter because the rest of your team is dead. As Sac State Gold making some changes, they got Oh No going over to the Cassidy now, trying to help put a lot of pressure and damage onto this Bastion that is just raining chaos.
Looks like a good approach here for Sac State. Does get Javelin away, does Canner, but the healing is there. So is the Nemesis form. Gotta still be careful. The Nano Boost is available, but you don't want to have to use it just to get in, and they don't use it, so Canner goes down. There's the barrage. Huge from the, well, from the top, honestly. No one really being able to get away from that one. And it's just Chaos being sown constantly by this Bastion, by this pressure that's being pushed out from the Orisa. Eventually, they did get the Orisa out of the way, but just one tank versus your entire team. I know which trade I take.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, as it is just them trying to focus up this Doomfist, and seems like that is going to be it. A few touches coming in, but that is all she wrote. That is going to be GFU taking that first map. And I think looking at what Sac State was running for a lot of that map, the Ana Mercy with the Ramatra. So your Mercy is mostly focused on your Pharah, trying to pocket her, give her those heals. And in my opinion, Ana just does not pump enough heals into that Ramatra to be able to sustain him, especially against all that spam damage he takes from that Orisa, from that Bastion. So that's one big issue. I feel like a Baptiste would have been better suited.
Yeah, there's always questions, right? Like, we look at these collegiate teams, we look at any team, really, and sometimes you're thinking, okay, so are you just playing this because it's the role you're the most comfortable on? Are you not seeing, like, the gaps or the issues with what you're running at the moment, potentially? And, you know, we can never really know what's going on in the comms or in their prep. Sometimes the interviews shine some light on what's going on, but currently this looks just like Sac State Gold not really wanting to adapt, at least in that map. This time around, though, it's a double Symmetra. Reinhardt Mirror is going into it with both on the Bastion. It's a full mirror match, and this time Sac State was prepared. They get the Bastion damage out. They're the ones that looks like GFU might not have been expecting it with the Pharmacy in the last map.
I mean, that is the name of the game when you're in a full mirror like this, is setting up your Bastion, your Symmetra, to be in very good positions behind a Rhine Shield, where Bastion can unleash that tank form, and then Symmetra is able to farm up that beam, and you just win the fight so quickly. It just felt like we blinked and half of GFU's team was gone, so that was very well played by Sac State, as now this makes it a lot tougher. This Symmetra is so much harder to re-engage into these points.
It is definitely possible. We've seen some brilliant teleport play even today with London Spitfire. Let's see if GFU has a similar gusto. They at least throw the turrets in. They might follow suit themselves. That doesn't look like the deployables are gone, as there is the defensive charge coming out from Canner. Does get Control V out of it, and that is going to be Dusty Corn off the map. So let's see who gets the better of this engage, as it is indeed Sac State that got the good engage, or the good counter engage, and banishes GFU Esports from the point.
Yeah, unfortunately, I believe it was their Baptiste they lost pretty early in that fight in exchange for the enemy Lucio, but you lose your main healer like that, you're just not going to be able to push in like that, and Sac State is just able to continue to sustain on this point. GFU, again, they are struggling with the ultimates. They don't have a lot to push in here, as Sac State has this amplification matrix to work with.
A lot of ultimates about to be coming online, but they're not just quite there. Sac State could just engage and win it outright here. 63% and counting. Canner looking to just sustain until later in this fight where they can do something. They try to go for the counter shatter. The teleport shatter did try to be, was attempted to get in, didn't get much. Sound barrier to defensively re-engage now, but it's a huge boop coming out from base. That's how you drop him. Canner gets a double with the fire strike through the amplification matrix. It's not over just yet, this fight, but it's getting trickier and trickier to hold on here for Sac State. The mega health pack is going to be a big boon in the back of Canner. Can they come back into this? Can they try and re-engage? It doesn't look like it. They're going to regroup first, but they might have a quicker regroup with the teleport coming in from the top rope with the shield. Huge re-engage. The sound barrier defensively to try not take too much damage from the Bastion that came in. Uno just boosting around, but it's Chaos once again coming in with the barrage from above. The mortar strike is huge, and it is GFU Esports that's going to hold on to this point as Sac State's going to have to regroup.
Very impressive coming out from GFU. Sac State had a really impressive, they were patient, they re-engaged, but GFU was able to sustain long enough to get their players back who had the later staggers, and then they were able to find those kills with that Bastion ultimate, forcing out that immortality field early. Sac State Gold, however, gets to come into this next fight. They're going to have a shatter, they have the amplification matrix, they have the mortar strike. There's a lot for them to work with here.
Oh, there we go. Straight up from the top. They tried to do the teleport, but it's only Uno that goes through. They get blown up. This is not the way to approach this point, Sac State. How are you going to do this? We saw them last point. They had so many engages that failed, and now they have to find just one good one that's not coming together just yet.
Yeah, teleporting up to the top of that window just does not work when you're trying to re-engage. It's fine for first fight when you're trying to set yourself up, but the teams are going to be sitting there ready for you. Mortar Strike comes out, finds Chaos, and this is Sac State's opportunity to really push in. They found 2 kills.
Yeah, they did once again put the teleporter on top, because this time GFU was further out, and they just get the full team wipe. Is anybody left to contest? It doesn't look like it. 80%, there is a chance to come back. 86% is usually the magic number, so GFU will get a chance to re-engage here, and they do have some ultimates to work with. However, Sac State's in a position, they're hungry, they're feeling it, they're tasting that victory on this particular point. They want to go to third.
As Dustier Corn Sound Barrier is going to have to be on the ready. But they found 2 picks already. It's all but over. We are heading to a third map. Sac State Gold. Canner found the shatter when the team needed it the most. And now we are tied 1-1 heading into Control Center.
They tried to get away with it. They tried to set up the window with the Bastion through the teleporter, but unfortunately, the shatter was ready, and Sac State just smacks it into third. Let's go and see what happens on the next point, as of course, Control Center is where these teams are going to be ultimately fighting for. That is where the brawl comes together, and where you at least cannot just be booped off the map by a random Lucio or even a Reinhardt charge. Now they're going to have to play purely on the damage.
As we move into Control Center, and this is where we start to see picks like the Junkrat that we see from Sac State Gold, because it's such in close quarters between all these players that Junkrat spam and mines just can do so much damage to a team, but Flaming Sushi gets extremely low and is forced to completely back up.
Yeah, it's a very aggressive posture from GFU. They do get there first. Not surprising, of course, with the Symmetra, but they do have to be careful because Flaming Sushi's back on one of those spam picks. Doesn't matter, though, when Chaos just boosts down. A little bit more coming out. So almost losing their life there does Control V. A little bit too aggressive with that charge, but does get helped back by the Immortality Field, and it's on Uno that goes down first, unfortunately. It does seem that in the end, it's going to be GFU Esports taking control first. Zach, you have to come back.
Yeah, but because they lost players in Sac State, you're going to have to be forced to back up here and allow Sac State to take this space. And look, they're already here on the point.
And now a teleporter comes out. Where does it go this time? It goes all over the place, but not anywhere where cats can stay alive. This is going to be Sac State coming back into it. They flip the point after only 17%, and they're in the position to take this map, or at least this fight, away. Everyone just keeps falling over the side of GFU. They're tripping, and they're stumbling, and Sac State is happy to catch them off guard.
And that was because GFU, I mean, to me, they were pushed a little bit too far forward and weren't able to take full advantage of them winning the fight. But because they lost players in the fight, they just got rolled over by the time the people came back for Sac State. Sac State has a lot of ultimates to work with too. This is looking very bad for GFU.
As once again, the engagement with the amplification matrix, we've seen it so often. They're going to try and get this Junkrat out of sight, out of sorts, but there's Lucio coming to the rescue. The sound barrier is out from both sides. The second run from Sac State, so it'll run out a little bit later, but there's all the damage through the amplification matrix this time around together with the Rip Tire. That is a whole bunch of damage, and GFU Esports does not have the tools to deal with that after that sound barrier ran out. So many ultimates almost online, GFU, but you're going to have to come back next fight to use them.
Yeah, big issue. Control V kind of isolated themselves trying to find that kill onto Flaming Sushi, and because he got low taking all that spam damage, you were forced to use your sound barrier extremely early and not to counter any of those ultimates that came out for Sac State. So now they're going to continue to hold here. They're going to have to be very careful of the shatter, but they have the photon barrier to try and use this extra shielding.
Once again, the shatter after the teleport. That immortality field didn't stay alive for any amount of time that was useful. Another Lucio goes off the map, and it's just Flaming Sushi, the only casualty on the side of Sac State. The lonely Reinhardt will not fight the Bastion this day. And with 92% and counting, GFU, do you have any answers to come back into this? There are 2 ultimates, but can you use them?
Yeah, it's just going to be no touches. Yeah, as Sac State, after fumbling the first map, comes back strong with a little mirror match of the Bastion Rhine composition. But coming into Control Center, I think pulling out that Junkrat was very smarter than we saw. The amount of spam damage that they were able to apply onto the Reinhardt. And the thing about Junkrat is he has all that damage up front. If you're playing something like a Symmetra that we saw GFU playing, you have incredible amounts of shield break and damage, but you have to build up to that. And Junkrat can just take enemies out so quickly.
Yeah, you sure can. And, you know, honestly, there wasn't a lot of the Junkrat in the actual kill feed in the end. But that doesn't matter because so much of that spam damage is setting up. It's breaking down the defenses so that anyone else can just take them down afterwards. Whether it's the Baptiste, the Bastion, even the Lucio at times, or, of course, the good old Reinhardt swinging the hammer. Now, Chaos was showing up on the Bastion very loudly on that first point. But as soon as Sac State had the idea, you know what? Why don't we just, if they want to play this game, like they want to play this Reinhardt Bastion Symmetra game, why don't we just like play into that with the same of our own? Just show them that we're better at that mirror. And that might definitely work on Control. We're going to see if that works with other map types as well. Of course, because we got the other 4 potentially still in the bank, we get to see a lot of diversity of approaches for different maps and modes. And I'm definitely looking forward to seeing if these teams are going to be flexing their muscles a little bit with that.
Yeah, what's the old adage? Anything you can do, I can do better. And
right?
The Sac State definitely proved that they were the slightly better team when it came to that mirror match. We do know the second map type, it is going to be hybrid. And we kind of talked about, are we going to be able to continue to see these Reinhardt compositions thrive? I mean, we know London Spitfire does it, but they are just superb. Their teleport placement to get on top of teams and get all over them is amazing. Are we going to be able to see similar styles be able to continue throughout any kind of map type? That I'm not so sure of, especially if you were to go into more of a high ground heavy map. Like if you're going to like a Hollywood, I just don't see that Reinhardt working out so well.
It's always a question, right? So yeah, it usually in NECC we have the old adage where if you don't go King's Row, is it really NECC? And I mean, it can be. In this case, we will get King's Row. It has been confirmed. So they do indeed ban out Numbani, which we wouldn't get hybrid again anyways, but we won't get to see Numbani today, which is sad for me because I do think it's a very good map. But from the way these teams have been playing, it is understandable that, you know, they're not really the biggest fans of Numbani. Though I will say both Fire Mercy as well as some Symmetra teleport shenanigans really fun to do on Numbani, but it's going to be the good old King's Row, the fan favorite as we like to call it.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Noombani is like the quintessential you must play dive on this hybrid map. But King's Row is like the opposite. Like you must play some sort of brawl or rush with these long corridors that you're going to be working with. I mean, I have seen some dive to an extent work out well, but especially, you know, in the collegiate scene and what we saw from that last map, I probably expect them to run it back once again. Reinhardt, Bastion comps going up against each other. The question is, are they going to see the value in the Symmetra in these defenses and these attacks? I mean, the teleporter gives you so much advantage, especially just going up to the high ground as a brawl and being able to rotate. But do we start to see, you know, maybe we continue to see the Junkrat, but I think, you know, it adds the ability of possibly adding a Sojourn in the mix here, or a Mei.
It could. Like, I was definitely leaning towards the Mei. That's also a little bit of personal bias, but like if you're not going for the Symmetra and you also, so it's like the opposite, right? So Symmetra really creates this position where you can control where you fight from or like which angle you take from the enemy, whereas Mei is more of a control is like when can the enemy hit and see you, which is more of like that wall splitting off enemies, covering for like ultimates, and just like space controlling a little bit more. And Symmetra is more of a space taker in that sense, but also just like, you know, it's more of a battleground picker almost, because you can say like, well, we don't want to fight you here, so we just teleport there, so you have to fight us there. Or you thought you were defending King's Row, well, we teleport behind you, so now we're defending from the archway. You can use that to back off of, which we've actually seen a couple of examples of as of late. So there are definitely some ways to make both heroes very valuable, but they could indeed also go for something like a Sojourn, which we usually consider something more of like a skill pick, because, you know, you have to hit those right clicks more often than not. And that's more of like a mechanical skill pick, whereas Symmetra and Mei are more cerebral skill picks. So it's like, you know, strategizing or in the moment making that decision. And Sojourn then, you know, Sojourn, Ashe, Widowmaker, you know, you get those kind of heroes out. Maybe we see a Cassidy come out through as well. But with the power play that we've seen from Bastion, that seems to be a very normal pick to come through at least.
Couldn't agree more. I do think with the corridor structure that this map has a lot of the time, I think Mei versus Sim could, you know, be the crux that we see. Mei is a great isolationist. Like, your goal is to isolate that Rhine away from their team with the wall. And if you can do that and get the Rhine out quickly, then the Bastion has nothing to shoot behind anymore. Then you're able to focus him down that much faster. So that would be my only qualm coming into this map. But yeah, I think that's what we're going to be looking at here. Mostly what we saw on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, there's a good call, of course, for potentially going with Orissa's. We saw the Hanzo being flashed as well in GFU Sports' pre-game flashing of heroes. So there are some arguments again for like different picks coming through depending on what your preferred style is. Tank wise, we are fairly set on saying like, yeah, it's probably going to be Reinhardt, maybe Orisa. In a wild world, you might see some Zarya. But it is definitely one of those things where both teams kind of understand what they're going for. Yeah, I mean, from GFU, you can see it straight away. It's going to be that Orisa. They are going to pull out Cats and the Genji this time around. Now, we took a little bit of a look-see at the player profiles earlier, and Cats is definitely not a shy person when it comes to their Genji hours. It is almost all of their hours in competitive at the moment. So they are 100% going to be happy on that hero at the moment. We're going to see if they can actually get the value out of it. I would like to see some of these heroes that I see on Sac State, but I don't think it's going to happen for all of them.
Yeah, this is where we start to see just how skilled Cats is at this Genji, and Genji players in general, especially since they're not running the Ana. You got to be able to get full value out of those blades, as we're going to see Flaming Sushi look for some picks, but I did make the right call. I did expect to see this Mei, and no is on the Mei, so if you are Control V, you got to be very careful about getting walled off.
Looking for damage is Chaos right here. It's going to be GFU on the defense, of course. Sac State on the attack, and now it's going to be the switch over to the Soldier. You know, I wasn't really expecting the Soldier, but I like seeing the Soldier nonetheless. Still does a lot of damage and a little bit more mobility than the Bastion. Coming through here to try to do their damage, and they are able to regroup with their team a little bit easier as well, although I think they're still on the off angle trying to do damage from there. No, they did actually manage to regroup. Nice, well done from them. We got this fight up in this corridor here, and I'm not quite sure about any of this for either team, honestly.
Yeah, as the Orisa's getting very aggressive and the Amplification Matrix is popped. They got to get out of there and get out of there fast. And they've lost their Genji. This is very bad for GFU.
Oh, there we go. Flaming Sushi on the off angle. Soldier quick to relocate. This is why you like to pick him over the Bastion. Gets to find some off angles, and the chaos has truly been sown. No more Genji to work with. No more Orisa to work with. We do have a couple of ultimates coming online for both teams, but with only the Amplification Matrix out and not really having an angle to shoot through it ever anybody. It's going to be a tricky one for GFU to hold on to. They are coming back into this. Chaos did just find the Soldier. And they might be able to go after the mate. No ice block in the way. No dash opportunity for you, Cats. They're still going to be looking for it. Dash through. Goes to 30 HP. Has to run away. There's the sound barrier to just try and secure it. But Birdon still falls with the Blizzard. That should be it. It's almost taking over this point. No one's on it currently, but they need to find the angle. They're just sneaking away, and they do. No one touches on the side of GFU. We're not going to call it what we want to call it, but it is definitely a situation in which we might have been persuaded to.
No doubt. And the best part is you're able to bank 2 ultimates if you're Sac State while drawing out a decent amount of ultimates from GFU. They're going to come back. They're going to have a sound barrier to sustain, and they're getting close to that blade. But as we mentioned, no Ana on the field, so Cats has to find value with just a blade by itself. The good thing is there's no sound barrier from Sac State Gold to stop you and limit the amount of action you get with your blade.
This is going to be a really tight corridor to get shattered in. Of course, a lot of tools for Orisa to not get shattered, but the rest of the team, not so lucky. Gonna have to be an immortality field to save their lives. Gonna be a good shatter, not hitting the Orisa as predicted, but will be a lot of other things coming out. Sound barrier to counter the tactical visor that comes out from Flaming Sushi. And now it's the Dragon Blade time. Slices through one, gets maybe a little bit more. The immortality field is good, but is it good enough? The answer is most likely no. Actually, they do find Cats, and the healing is there. Canner, though, goes too low. There is the Amplification Matrix. They do find it. The kills are still going back and forth. This is such a chaotic back and forth between these two teams, and there's not enough members to be able to posture this aggressively. Control V, you might be able to go back here. I think I'm just going to call them paste at this stage because they're copy-pasting the same tactic over and over again. There's going to be aggression over aggression over aggression, but the spawns are closer for the attack, and Flaming Sushi and crew, they're coming back into this. The Blizzard won't get anybody, but it definitely is buying a lot of space as Canner goes a little too aggro. They just came back and they're already out again. GFU Esports, the aggression might have been exactly what they needed. No space given for free, and no space is going to be taken at all by Sac State.
I'm not sure what Canner was doing there. I feel like we were, getting this beautiful POV from the Junkrat, and then we turned the corner and I'm like, wait, whoa, where'd the Reinhardt come from? What's he doing all the way up there? And then he was dead. So you got to be very careful that if you're Canner, I mean, this GFU composition is wanting to isolate you and pick you off very early in this fight. Dustier Corn has this sound barrier to use, which can counter a lot of these ultimates GFU's coming in with.
GFU currently looking for an opening to just stop anything from coming through, and they're just taking more and more space. They're going forward. Nice sound barrier to try and counter the Terror Surge. Does a decent job of it. They do find base on the other end. Control V cannot get out away from the wall, and it's just Junkrat pounding grenades into the enemy team. They're going through the alley. You don't want to run into a big man with a hammer when you're in a dark alley on King's Row. Chaos does find Flaming Sushi at the answer. Got a little too far forward, and once again Sac State does go forward, but they give a little bit away.
Yeah, and now the Bastion with the Amplification Matrix, so much damage on the field for GFU, but because they lost their Junkrat, they were smart and they just completely backed out of this fight. Now the time to wreak some terror.
Yeah, there's no transform as well. Nothing to shoot that tire really quickly out unless you let it roll for too long. There's a lot of damage on the Orisa, and the gold is almost gone. No more Fortify. Control V is going to be very careful here, and they don't really have a lot of healing to work with. They don't get enough. They will go down the Shatter onto Chaos just before he can burst down enough damage onto Canner. They will find the elimination, and this card is going to get checkpoint B.
Yeah, breathing a little sigh of relief there if you're Sac State, but you gotta get... I mean, I love the aggression. You're supposed to play aggressive with these Reinhardt compositions, but there's always that adage of, like, everything goes with bacon, but sometimes there's just too much, and that was too much aggression. Their players were getting isolated, and that was big. As Canner's now going over to the Ramatra to try and brawl out with this Orisa, but Cats has the blade in their pocket to use.
Looking for some aggression. Well, Ramatra is definitely a tool to do that. You gotta be a little bit more careful than you do with Reinhardt, but once you get punching, you punch hard. Another Immortality field to counter with the Dragon Blade. Will not maybe find even anything this time around. Last time it was 1, this time it is 0. They do get Canner in the aftermath. They might be able to get the Mei over here. Uno with the Ice Freezer. You're not gonna be happy when you're walking into that one. Doesn't get ice this time around as Cats, and it's gonna be Uno going back into block. That did find base. So now can actually put on the aggression. Can you use the speed boost to instantly get into this fight stack state? Yes, you can, but you got to be careful that you send the right player in first. And either Blizzard comes through, that will be Cats frozen. Genji should be able to be taken out, but the Terra Surge as the counter finds Uno as they were too greedy going after that Genji. Another Riptire comes through. Will they get anything on the higher ground? Nothing more than Immortality. They don't even get to explode it. And it is just GFU Esports having a reaction on every single tool that Saxstates throws at them.
They're playing extremely well, very quick reflexes, and you're going to have a sound barrier for this incoming amplification matrix. The only advantage Saxstates had is they can match this. This should be their opportunity to get in and make something happen because they need some more cart progress. This is not going to be enough to win them King's Row.
Kings Row, we know it so well, and so do both of these teams, but the tank roulette is not proving to be successful so far inside of Sac State. D.Va, though, is an interesting choice, can mitigate a lot of this damage while they're pumping out a lot of their own. Flaming Sushi on the Bastion will just almost burn through this Orisa, and eventually they do, because the Javelin Spin doesn't block every type of damage. It's surely not the Mei. So, with rounding this last corner and going into overtime in a couple of seconds, this is Sac State's goal. They have to get to the end, and they have a sound barrier to work with.
Yeah, it has to be ready to counter this blade that Cats is going to be coming in with. But they don't really have a lot of tools offensively, so Sac State's relying on team play and pop-off plays by some of their heroes.
A little bit more damage coming through. There is a sound barrier to try and sustain through this fight. The Dragon Blade not going to find anything as a result. There's just too much health in the way. Now the Terra Surge will be omitted by everybody on Sac State, but they did push them all into their own enemy team. The Bastion Ultimate will get at least the Lucio. Will it find a little bit more? Definitely did a lot of damage onto Control V, and they will get eliminated. 2 down. 3 to go, and with that self-destruct that might be a little bit easier to do, will they get traded? Uno and Flaming Sushi out of it. No more DPS on the field, but that doesn't really matter when you have a D.Va, a pro gamer, just flying through the map. A little bit more damage. The Amplification Matrix is really gonna help out, but they need to keep finding these eliminations or the respawns will come back. The Defense Matrix can actually mitigate a lot of that Bastion Ultimate. Is exactly what they're going to be doing on Canner's side, but they need a little bit more health, they need a little bit more healing, and they don't have another remech coming through. The Self-Destruct already used, and with the overtime ticking down, no one else can make it. Nope, they cannot make it. Sac State, this is where their attack will end, but it is very close to the end.
That's huge for GFU. By all means, Sac State should have brought that home, but they were just the survivors, the Lucio, the Baptiste. They just survived long enough to get their defensive and tank heroes back on the field to bring it home. And again, I just look at Sac State Gold. Like, how do you not find the focus fire and get those targets down? Being able to complete King's Row would have put you in a very strong position, especially when you're already up 1-0 and you're trying to apply this pressure onto GFU. I don't know. But as you mentioned, you pretty much got it to the end, so you're still in a pretty okay position if you're Sac State Gold. But in my opinion, King's Row is a very finishable map, so you put in that possibility of tying this series up 1-1, and that is not what you want here.
Yeah, it did look like GFU was playing a very strong defensive game. We got to see whether or not they can also put in the aggression, because every single time they sort of tried to do a breakout move against Sac State after like winning a defense, they did get punished quite easily. And both these teams have a habit of losing members in situations where they kind of didn't really have to. So let's see if they manage to clean it up a little bit, because if either of those teams can sort of solve that problem that they've been running into, they're very likely to run away with the series.
Only time will tell as GFU begins to take their attack. They're gonna have Cats go over to
It's a scout. It's a
yeah,
scout. They just want to know what they're running into.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I thought it was pretty basic. Sac State hasn't been like, they haven't had like any off the ball weird picks. They've only ever swapped things to counter what GFU has been doing. So again, they're gonna have Cats on this Genji. So as this Genji, it's tough sledding. I mean, your goal is to try and mitigate as much of this damage that Flaming Sushi can do, but he's already 40% to an ult.
That's constantly being used as Genji for the deflect power. Just a deflect bot is always what you'd call him, but can do a little bit more. Didn't really fight much with the blades, but it's obviously understandable. Not a lot of extra damage coming through, no damage boost, no nano boost, and a lot of defensive utility. Good deflect though this time around. We get it with the Javelin. Flaming Sushi getting completely impaled. And the space has truly been taken. Can Sac State Gold get back into this? They do have a lot of damage coming through that archway, but there's also a lot of damage coming back at them. And it doesn't look like they have a lot of luck going their way, as Uno will also fall. The implication rating does a lot. They do lose Cats, but there's not enough members of Sac State to come back into this point and actually recontest. That's point A gone for GFU.
Yeah, very swift, very quick, very impressive coming out from GFU. I feel like the only, thing you're feeling good about if you're Sac State was you force out the amplification matrix. So if you get a good regroup here, you have this opportunity to really hold strong at these archways, which is a very, very strong defendable position for this defense if they can get there.
Yeah, Chaos already finding the first one of Flaming Sushi. Flaming Sushi not having a lot of luck. They were bursting up with ult charge before, but now they haven't even gotten a single point of damage out before the fight even starts. Canner gets taken out as a result of the Terra Surge, and they're just surging forward as to follow up as well. No one getting out alive in GFU Esports. It is that they eliminated Flaming Sushi so early, otherwise that team kill horde would definitely have been sounding.
Couldn't agree more. And the more juicier part if you're GFU is you use Terra Surge and you're able to force out that sound barrier, so you don't have to worry about that coming to this next fight. Your biggest worry is this incoming Blizzard, but because that sound barrier is gone, Cats is free with this blade. But then they found Flaming Sushi again.
You're relying on the damage coming through so much, and it's just never there when the fights actually take place. That's going to be an incredibly free Dragon Blade, another team wipe coming through. And with 3 minutes 50, they're already at point B. They're going to get a massive time bank for C, because I don't think anyone can really contest this anymore.
Yeah, you absolutely just cannot allow your Bastion to keep getting picked off early in this fight. I don't know if it's Flaming Sushi taking a bad angle or if Canner's not holding the shield enough, but regardless, you got to find an answer because 5 minutes on the clock to finish King's Row. GFU is in such a great position right now.
Looking again through an amplification matrix, it's not a fun thing to look at if you are GFU, but so far they have the confidence. They have a lot of time bank to work with as well. There's the counter amplification matrix, and they hide behind the corner. Well, they could definitely shatter into a fortified Orisa as Chaos takes down both Flaming Sushi and Uno again. No ultimates from these DPS, so they're just not coming through. They have them in the bank. They've been able to have had potential opportunities to use them. They're just not coming out. There is the triple shot coming out of Flaming Sushi, will not hit anything, and they have to get out of spawn in the first place. Birdon cannot even do that, and with the Tracer trying to touch it, Flaming Sushi even managed to put a toe on. It's going to be the Winston jumping out with the Blizzard. No one's really touching at the moment from GFU. They do find Control V as a result. Uno on the cart, now block left. It's just going to be the Lucio bouncing around on the Immortality field as there's Dustier Court. They actually find the elimination off the map, and with these teammates trickling in, they may be able to do it if there are a few more eliminations, a few more slip-ups coming through from GFU. Sac State might be able to hold on to this, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. That is going to be GFU taking away map number 2, putting it to a 1-1.
I mean, I talk about the missed opportunities that that Sac State had, but I mean, that was just such an impressive attack coming out from GFU, and them being able to constantly find these early picks in the fight without having to commit any ultimates. That's just like the greatest gift you could ask for when playing Overwatch. Like, holy crap, we got to pick. We're going to win this fight and we don't have to use any ultimates, because Overwatch just boils down a lot of the time to ultimate advantage, and being able to continue to snowball these ultimates in your bank, it just gives you that much of a stronger position for the fights that matter.
Yeah, it sure does. And I mean, you can look at it, right? Like in all these replays, it keeps coming back. There's a lot of chaos. There's a lot of positioning. Both teams making good plays, honestly. But like even with this Blizzard, right? Like the Blizzard comes through, Uno goes to the elimination, but then still dies to the Terra Surge. It's like it's one of those things where you make a choice, and that choice goes one way, and if maybe it goes the other way, if you take the other choice, you might be able to push a little further. And always choosing to go for the elimination is not really paying off for either team in most situations, but it's definitely paying off a little less for Sac State at this stage.
I think you bring up a very good point, and now we are in a 1-1 series, baby. No 3-0s for us today, so that means we're definitely guaranteed to go to push. I mean, let's just go to 5. I'd love to see the whole just wide range of maps to where there's no repeats anymore. So I'd be very excited to see that happen.
Indeed. Before we do that, we're going to take a little bit of a break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the next map. and welcome back. It's currently 1-1 between GFU and Sac State. So let's get into map 3, right? Well, let's wait a little bit as we get into it, because of course we could also know what map the teams are actually picking. There aren't a lot of choices because it is Flashpoint. So there's only 2. So you'd think it'd be fairly easy, but yeah. It looks like we're going to be going to Suravasa.
In my opinion, that's kind of been like the normie pick. Like most teams pick Saravasa. It's kind of like hybrid going to Kings Row. At this point, Flashpoint, we're going to Saravasa. It's been very rare when you see teams going to New Junk City. I think Saravasa is probably the prettier map, but I like the aesthetic of New Junk City. But Saravasa, it's going to be really interesting because when you get into a map like Flashpoint, you normally thrive on high speed, hyper aggressive compositions. You know, your divas, your doomfists, your Orissas with your Lucios. So, I mean, we saw on that last map with GFU specifically, they seem to find their stride a lot with this Orissa composition, and I think they can continue to play that going into Saravasa.
You can kind of continue to play that anywhere there isn't a lot of high ground, right? So it's going to be an interesting thing to see whether they will or even have to adapt at all in this series from that composition. Sac State, though, they've been looking to flex around a little bit more in terms of picks, unlike every single position so far. Support has been the most consistent for everybody. Let's see if they might find some luck with something new, or whether they're going to continue the trend that they've been going with. Of course, we do know that because it's such a different map type, because it's a new map type, there are some unknowns in terms of what players understand to be the norm on these maps and these particular points. So there is some opportunity for differing opinions, differing metas, differing counter swaps as well. And with 5 points potentially happening in a row that quickly, there isn't always enough time to think about it.
As we all know, as Flashpoint goes, it's going to be a battle for the same point every time. It will be market that these teams will be battling over first. And then once a team has captured and gotten the full 100%, then it is the game of the RNG gods. Will it favor the team who just won the point, where the next point that activates is right next to them? Or does it favor the team who just lost that point and then they're able to set up more defensively on the point?
I really don't want it to be a bait, because I want Sac State to run out with this just because it looks really cool, and they are going to do exactly that. This is an up-close and personal composition with a lot of burst fire coming through, and if Canner can charge up that beam to full, that Orissa's not going to stand a chance. Control V, you might have met your maker in this one. Someone doesn't like the Omnix, and it's going to come through pretty quickly.
Yeah, I like the Orissa charged up going up against this Orissa. It makes their job so much harder because that twirl does nothing. But this Bash just has so much damage. It can burst through those bubbles. But Uno has found Chaos, and that's going to be a great opening pick for Sac State. But they have to find more before this composition can stabilize. Immortality Field is out, but it's down, and that should be all she wrote for the Orissa, but they continue to stabilize with that Fortify, and now they turn their eyes to the Baptiste, but it doesn't matter because they've now lost their own Baptiste, and when you thought it was all looking good for Sac State, as I mentioned, they just could not get those kills fast enough, and GFU Esports was able to stabilize.
Canner made the mistake of walking past the Orissa, and then there's Lucio, pushes them off the high ground, and all of a sudden you have nothing to do for your team and they just get ambushed. You never want to put yourself past the enemy tank, because in most situations that will mean that your entire team is up for grabs, where they normally might not be, because there's a big beam and Zarya in the way. Flamin' Sushi, though, on this Sojourn, looking very comfortable.
Couldn't agree more, and GFU is going to be able to continue to hold this point with this amp matrix, as Sac State is still trying to build up to some of their ults of their own. Flaming Sushi, but they've lost no, so this is going to spell disaster for Sac State Gold, and with one fight away from this point being capped, that might be all she wrote for GFU getting this point. They're just finding these staggers, and yeah, that is pretty much going to be a point capture for GFU.
A little bit of an unnecessary Dragon Blade coming out from Cats, I will say that, but they might either want to swap already or just felt like it was necessary for some reason. I don't really know. They definitely guarantee that Canner won't have any charge anymore, or that Zarya, so that's at least something. We'll be coming in with the Graviton Surge, of course, though.
Yeah, going into Ruins is a pretty favorable position for GFU. They're going to be able to get here first. They're going to be able to set up their Arista and Bastion in very favorable positions to try and set up for some kills onto Sac State goal. But that Graviton Surge that Canner's going to have could be the kiss of death for GFU.
Especially with the Amplification Matrix, Sound Barrier, they got Death Blossom too. Like, they'll be in a pretty good spot to do whatever they kind of want to do. There's the Bastion coming through, will just buy a lot of damage, and the charge here for Canner as the Graviton does come through. Immortality Field is trying to counter it together with the Sound Barrier, but the Death Blossom coming through will only take care of that field. A lot of chaos, a lot of trying to fight eliminations once again, and with the deflect coming through, Cats just cannot stop the Zarya beam from damaging him. That is everybody down on the side of GFU, and finally Sac State can get some point percentage going on either of these objectives. And the cool thing is, GFU didn't actually cap control, even though they were in a position to do so.
Couldn't agree more. The problem for Sac State is that cost quite a bit of your ultimates, and now you have Dusty Recorn going over to that Kiriko, as GFU will be able to push in with this Amp Matrix, and there's not a whole lot that Sac State is going to have to be able to do with this, but doesn't matter when you got Cats down.
It might still matter now they find base as well. The damage dealers are still there, though. They can do a lot through this Amplification Matrix with Chaos on that Bastion. We'll be able to find something, but not enough, as Control V can only push him into a corner before they get taken out by the Soldier. And I saw that Railgun, I saw that Overclock coming through, and I was thinking they don't have a lot, but they might just have all they need on Sac State side. Now, there will be a few more tools in the bank for both of these teams, or at least coming up soon. So it's not a full like reset as we do see sometimes, but there is the first ability exchange with the mortar shots coming through.
Yeah, it's unfortunately not going to find anything, but it does force out that Wraith form from Unknown. So if you're GFU Gold, this might be the ability, knowing that that is down, to be able to push in. Unfortunately, GFU has found 2 picks as Control V is trying to take control of this point, and it is now a point flip for GFU, as Sac State Gold is going to have to get forced back as they are down too many picks. However, GFU will get to continue to sustain here with his blade, but they don't need it this fight. Cats is just dominating.
It's very nicely done, though. They kind of keep baiting them so Canner can keep doing more damage. They will have Graviton next fight. They might have given up a little bit too much in order to do that, and they didn't really preserve weapon charge, just get more ult charge. 45% though, plenty of time to get back in here of your Sac State, and you only have to win that one fight to get an equalization on these points, 1-1.
Yeah, but with the percentage building up and up, we're getting just closer and closer to the inevitability that this might just be final fight territory. Canner's got to get in here and get some value with his Graviton Surge, because there is no sound barrier online yet for GFU.
Yeah, I mean, GFU doesn't have it just yet, but we'll have it really soon as that sound barrier hits the entire team. There is also both support ultimates as well as the DPS ults. This is going to be an ult fiesta if I've ever seen one. But how much are they willing to burn for this 1 point when there's still potentially 3 to go? There's the Dragon Blade coming through. We'll find Duster Unicorn. Flaming Sushi is already out of it. And it does look like they invested a couple of ultimates. Both support ultimates are in for Sac State. There's going to be GFU spending 4 of them to secure themselves the 2-0 lead.
And Sac State just never used that Graviton Surge. They had a window of opportunity with no sound barrier on the field to try and really jump the gun and get these picks, and it just didn't happen. After such an impressive first attempt going all the way to 99, they get reverse swept on point 2 as we now head to Palace for what could be the deciding point. GFU wins this point, it's all over, and they're up 2-1 in the series.
Might have expected the sound barrier to be online already when that was why they didn't use the Graviton. Now it's definitely not online, so now they have free reign to do whatever they want. No more ultimates on the side of GFU. Instantly get the Bastion out of the way. Don't have to worry about the damage anymore. Gonna be Warrior going ridiculously low. Control V does find Bird on it. Flaming Sushi goes down too, and it looks like completely not investing to get an objective is just not an option for Sac State. They have to find this. Cats does find Uno, but the Uno gets, well, finds Cats as well. They sort of fan each other with shurikens and find eliminations. We do see the contest come through a little bit. No, it is going to be Sac State getting that point control first.
That was a lot of ultimates invested from Sac State to get that point. Unknown's getting really close to this blade, but Cats is continuing to just match this ultimate charge just straight up with Unknown, which is crazy because Unknown swapped a little while ago and Cats found the pick already.
Cats already found Uno out of the way, and that is again an early death of the Sac State. That is just not good. Well played indeed, Cats. Cats looking for a little bit more, goes after Lucio. Duster Unicorn will not get caught that easily, but Canner will, and there's the Impale that comes through. 52% on the clock, still decent, but they need to find obviously all the way to 100s to even keep this map alive, and GFU does not seem to want to let up.
Not only do they not want to let up, but they're coming up on 5 ultimates to be able to use. And if they can just spread these ultimates out and win these team fights quickly, you're going to just blink your eye and GFU is going to win this map. Sac State Gold has to be ready. This sound barrier from Dusty or Corn is going to be so important to limit the value that GFU gets out of these ultimates and force them to have to use more.
A little bit more coming through. Another Terra Search. Sound Barrier from Industrial Unicorn to negate that effect as well as from the Bastion ultimate. They tried to combine them, but not going to happen this time around. There's the Blade from Uno coming through. Will it find anything? It doesn't look like it, as Cats is also just slicing air at this stage. Will go down eventually to Canner with the incredibly high charge on this Zarya. These bubbles are resetting a little bit quicker nowadays, so you got to be careful. You can almost never find that window. You have to break them, and there's the overclock going through the amplification matrix. No more targets to shoot at for the Baptiste. And that's going to be the team wipe of GFU finally coming through. Sac State, they can still get this, but they need to get this point.
But that's exactly what you needed if you're Sac State. You win the point and you forced GFU to use every single ultimate they had in their bank, and then you still have a Graviton Surge. This is Sac State's point for the taking.
It really is, but can they get that Graviton off this time around? They are not having to worry about a Javelin spin. It is Graviton Surge time, but Canner eventually throws it out while they're in the Immortality Field. Can they find value? Can they find follow-up? The Immortality Field is doing a great job at protecting it, and the healing is there. All the damage that was done has been negated and turned around, and now they're just stuck in this corner. The Amplification Matrix does come through. It's a lot of damage that can potentially be done. Control V is essentially low, but it's not going to be low enough. Canner finally starting to beam up. The Zarya damage is coming through. No Orisa to worry about. It is just a Genji and a Baptiste, but the Genji, or Genji to Lucio even, but they are enough to vacate the point. GFU Esports is going to take that in a 3-0 fashion.
Very impressive from GFU. They have taken the licks they got from Lijiang Tower in map number 1. They have come back with a vengeance, taking the last 2 maps in a row. Sac State had that last point under their lock. They had a great Graviton Surge that came out, but in came Baptiste from GFU, got the perfect Immortality Field just in time to save both of the players caught in that Graviton Surge, and they're able to take that, sustain, and ultimately win Saravasa in a very convincing 3-0 fashion and put themselves on match point.
A match point has come through. 2-1 for GFU and Sac State. I mean, we've seen they can win a map. They did it before. But can they win 2 more in order to put the series in their hands? I don't know. It's looking pretty good for GFU at this point. And if they cannot find a way to deal with this Orisa composition a little better, Sac State's not going to be able to walk away with this one. 3-1 looks to be in the cards as we go to push. But we all know how push can go. It's very wishy-washy.
Yeah, and there's only 3 maps. I mean, we talk about, with the whole ban phase and the map picks. I mean, we thought it was, bad with Flashpoint because there's only 2, but it's not getting any better with push when you only have 3 maps to choose from. Yeah. I mean, based on what we saw, it's loser picks and then winner gets to ban a map for the next time around.
Yeah,
so
exactly. So that means Colosseo is going to be banned for this push cycle. We'll see what actually gets picked in the end.
Yeah, I think that's kind of been universally the least favorite push map from most of everyone is Colosseo. If I am Sac State, and I'm not sure if I have this new love for the Zarya composition, or maybe I want to go play the Reinhardt or, back to Orisa. But I think either of these 2 maps between Esperanza and New Queen Street is going to be very good. But I'm a big new Queen Street stan, so I think that's the direction you should go. A lot of intermediate high ground to control, and I think especially if you're going to have if you're going to continue to play Sojourn, I really like Sojourn on their home map of Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it find the value. They did find the damage with it. If anything, we're looking for what Uno can do to support that Sojourn a little bit better, because the Reaper definitely was not looking like it. The Genji looking a little bit better, but they're still being sort of bested by Katz at that point. So let's see what they can find when we do indeed go to Esperanza.
Only time will tell. I can't really read the chat if they did pick Esperanza. It's a little too small for my eyes. Yeah. So yeah, it looks like we are going to Esperanza. I'm very excited. The only thing with Esperanza is I feel like, okay, so the main thing that people don't like about Coliseo, for example, is they don't like how powerful that defending high ground can be on that bridge. And I feel like New Queen Street kind of has a middle ground where like the high ground for the defense isn't like super oppressive and you can deal with it. On Esperanza, I feel like it's not on the level of Coliseo, but it's definitely not New Queen Street either. Like that high ground has a lot of power to it, but it's not nearly as bad as Coliseo. So I think a lot of those teams, I've seen situations in games I've casted where I've seen one team they got a meterage advantage and they just continued to hold high ground, and it was up for the other team to try and take that away.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we do talk a little bit about a high ground when we go to push, not as much, of course, as on like a lot of these escort maps, even hybrid maps to a degree, but it is still worth noting that it does exist. Even like the tiniest bit of high ground can be a big problem. Like we even see players talk about the difference in being up or down the stairs on Nepal Shrine. Which is like not a huge elevation. It doesn't really feel like a high ground, but it is. Like it is a high ground because it's higher grounds technically, right? But when you look at these push maps, like, yeah, the high grounds can matter, but we've also seen a lot of these Symmetra comps come through where they just teleport around it, and it kind of becomes a non-issue a lot of the time. So it really depends on how these teams execute it and what they like to play. I mean, we've seen different looks come out mostly from GFU, from Sac State at this stage. So GFU is likely going to just run out with the Orisa Bastion again, but Sac State, I mean, we did see them have sort of an answer with the Zarya, but they need a little bit more of an answer.
Yeah, the Bastion was just raining terror. So like you mentioned, I mean, the Zarya, it had its value, getting hard charge and be able to throw that down onto the Bastion, but you blow through your bubbles so quickly. And then if you're Zarya, what do you do without no bubbles? You're kind of just out hanging there, just a big meat shield for your team. So that's going to be the big issue. I mean, I kind of like the idea when they started to match the Genji, because you have that ability if you're playing the Zarya. Not only can they bubble you and allow you to be a lot more aggressive, but you can use your deflect to help just mitigate the damage that your Zarya takes.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, looking at what these teams have been running, again, we are definitely looking for Sac State to try and find an answer. And when they were playing the Reinhardt mirror, they definitely looked like they had some sort of an answer going. Like that was looking pretty good for them. This Orisa pick that's been coming out from GFU has just put them in a position where they don't really know how to deal with it. And again, it kind of sort of they try to run past this Orisa and then go for the backline. But as soon as you do that, then again, your entire team opens up as a possibility to be a target. And as long as they be able to kite the Zarya, which they were able to do pretty well, you're not going to find value on either front. So they have to find a different way, which is not eliminating the Orisa, but is keeping the Orisa at bay while they're dealing with the rest of the team first. Otherwise, it is very hard to get the bovine out of the way.
Could not agree more, as we will be getting you guys into Esperanza very shortly. As we talked about, GFU is on match point. They win Esperanza, they get to take that victory 3-1 over Sac State. Sac State hoping to fire back. I mean, we saw they had a lot of good success on Lijiang Tower when they ran that the Reinhardt with that Orisa, with that, Reinhardt, not with the Orisa, with the Symmetra and the Bastion. And we haven't really seen them go back to that, but then again, that tends to be a very control-heavy composition. As we kind of talked about, it gets harder and harder to run that the further you develop into these series and you get to more of these maps where, high ground and being able to poke matter a little bit more.
Yeah, well, it's time to go to Portugal. It's time to whip out the decorative roosters, as we like to call them in the States. We have different words for them as well, but let's not say that on stream. That being said, though, with this map, like it's as soon as it came out, a lot of teams started to gravitate towards it just because of the issues they saw with Colosseo and like New Queen Street being New Queen Street in a way where it's a little too neutral. There's always the desire to create a sort of advantageous position for yourself, and it does feel like Esperança offers that a lot, like you sort of touched upon as well. Like there are various high grounds that can be taken, but they can be taken by both teams, as well as a couple of these choke points. So it has like a little bit of everything in it without being too oppressive in any one of these areas. And it's the first time we see it come out. It's the Doomfist from Canner. Seeing it out come out, in terms of more of a consistency, not in terms of like a stall pick at least.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how this is going to work out, especially when you have flaming sushi on this Ashe. It feels a little weird. Normally when you play Doomfist composition, you get a lot more aggressive, and that's the pain. Flaming sushi's just kind of there all by himself with not a lot to defend, and he goes down because of that, and you're going to be forced to back up here if you are Sac State, and you're just going to get a lot of free push on this cart if you're GFU.
GFU should be getting a lot of free push, but currently they're just leaving the bot where it is. We've seen this happen more often with them, sort of not really paying that much attention to the objective, and there it finally goes, GFU getting some meterage on, but it could have been a little further.
Yeah, they do get Flaming Sushi once again sent back to the Shadow Realm into spawn, as they're just not having a great time, as Cats is just finding so much value on this Genji. I mean, all those hours they've been putting in the sweating rooms are working really well.
Yeah, you always gotta wonder where the Flaming Sushi is just a tag they put into their aimbot today, where it's just like every single time you see that name pop up, you gotta instantly go after it. Of course, none of these players are cheating. I'm just messing around a little bit. There's a good sleep right onto Cats, though. That should be the elimination, and it sure is. Nice coordination between the supports there, as they do find Flaming Sushi once again. It's just a level playing ground now, as Canner gets impaled by a javelin and eliminated at Boots. They do find Chaos on the other side, so it is a fairly even fight still, but you are running into a tank disadvantage, and that can be all you need to lose a fight. Warrior just able to barrel forward following suit, and this is going to be another fight win coming out. They do find Warrior late, though. We're not in a good place to deal with to get back out, and that mega health pack wasn't there anymore, so Baptiste advantage, but first checkpoint taken.
Yeah, that's actually huge. I thought Canner might go in there and try and contest and try and stop them from taking it, because it's so much value getting that first checkpoint on push maps. Because from here on out, if you're Sac State, to get any kind of cart progress, you're going to have to win 2 fights, because you're always going to have to take a fight in the mid area because of the spawns that GFU now gets.
Another very aggressive posturing coming out from Sac State straight away. Will instantly get punished. That is 3 down already. They're gonna find, well, more. They did find Control V on the other side, but that's not gonna be much. Chaos as well. Birdong just chiming in with the eliminations, I guess. Well, why not? Ana is a sniper after all. But it is definitely looking grim here for Sac State. They're not like hard losing most of these fights, but they're losing too much too fast. If they can stop that, once again, that is how you start winning these games.
Now, 4 ultimates coming to this next fight for Sac State, so this is the opportunity they've been waiting for. However, Tobas has this Soundbeard. They can counter a lot of these ultimates coming in.
Not using that early, though. A good anti-nade as well to follow it up. Birdon starting to shine a little bit on this Ana. Will get taken out, as I say, because, of course, the curse is real, but will be able to find 2, 3, 4. Once again, Sac State just falling apart like a house of cards with a little bit of wind against it. Not too much to do. And again, they had 4 ultimates, only able to use 1 out of them. That's not the ult conversion that we want to see, Sac State.
As a big anti-nade is going to force GFU to at least back up just a little bit and not play so hyper-aggressive. But Sac State, Unknown has this blade once again, and the sound barrier has already been used.
Sound barrier through as Uno does try and slice and dice, but it's just going to be him left alone. Canner is coming back from spawn, but it's a lone Doomfist, and we all know what happens in our games when a Doomfist goes in alone. They're not coming out alive unless they have a meteor strike. This time around, Canner has only 20% left to that one. Flaming Sushi is ready with the bomb. It has to be sent in at some point, but it does look like GFU is okay with letting this bot walk back a little bit. They have 5.5 minutes. They have all the time in the world.
Yeah, all the time in the world. The one thing for Sac State is, man, they've just been having to use a lot of ultimates. They do have Dustier Core now going over to the Alari. Hopefully that adds to the pick potential, but Canner's already down after using the Meteor Strike.
Yeah, Meteor Strike after you land, you are not as mobile as you want to be. Bastion instantly capitalizes, but it's Flaming Sushi finally showing their true power, I would say. Honestly, it was a long time coming. They get eliminated a lot, but they do find some value back as Birdon has to run with a tail between their legs. Can't really get much done as a lone Ana versus a Orisa. Kind of take a little bit of damage, and there's finally the pick. The pick from Canner. Going up against Control V, it's the Orisa off. We've kind of been waiting for it the entire time. It was bound to happen at some stage. Maybe it's a little late, but better late than never, and it might still give him a chance to win this.
Yeah, and in all this time, it's still yet to reach back to the middle point. So these forward spawns have forward have been unlocking. Control V finds the Ana, and that is just going to snowball to such a quick team fight win. GFU is just absolutely dominating this map pick of Esperanza that Sac State made.
Yeah, of course, on push, the map pick is I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but it's a little harder to get value out of, so to speak, for each team. We'll see now whether or not they can do something. Control V took a lot of damage, does get healed back up with the amplification matrix. There is the blade, but does get taken out before they can get anything done. Another thing, an ultimate eaten from Dustier Corn, and all the last hopes they had left on Sac State are falling apart. Gurdon, Canner, the last 2 survivors. The respawns are very close, but the damage is so much that it doesn't even matter. This bot's going to reach the end. There's 3.5 minutes on the clock, and they're already going to be done. Sac State not looking good at all on this map, but GFU Esports is capitalizing with a vengeance. They take the 3-1 win tonight, and unfortunately, Sac State Gold going to have to go back, maybe VOD review this a little bit, and see if they can improve for the next one.
Shout out to GFU. I was curious how this series was going to progress after them dropping that first map, but they just put it behind them, and they have just not looked back. After Lijiang Tower, they have pretty much dominated. I mean, thinking about King's Row, they came into that third point with what, like over 5 minutes, and then just delivered it so quickly. Then we went to Saravasa, 3-0. And then we come into Esperanza, and how often do we see point completions on push? Like, they just absolutely dominated.
Yeah, maybe you see it sometimes like all the way to the end when it's kind of overtime already anyways, but not with 3 minutes on the clock still. That is an insane time bank to have left, and that sort of feels like you've truly downloaded or broken the other team. And while, of course, there is an argument to be made that GFU is potentially not that meta change resistant, like we are expecting, balance changes to come in, like fairly hefty ones over the course of this season. There's still a good case to be made that, well, yeah, if they can get that good on one comp, then they might be able to adapt to the next meta as well. We'll see what happens with that. Obviously, for now, we do know that GFU looked like the better team tonight. Sac State gonna have to go back to the drawing board, find out a couple of new things to try potentially, because they are definitely looking to be very willing to try, and that spirit alone can get you very far.
Yeah, there's always a good chance that Lucio's always going to find its place in the meta in some sort of rush brawl style, whether it's with a Winston, whether it's with a Reinhardt, whether it's with a Orisa, whether with Zarya. Lucio always finds his way into the meta. So you'll be able to take the skills that you learn from this composition for GFU and apply them to any kind of variation of what they're running. So I think they're definitely, very well secured going forward. Sac State, however, as you mentioned, going to have to VOD review this a little bit. I think they need to lock down what composition they feel most comfortable in. And I think the first steps is finding that and getting really good at that. And then you start expanding out into other compositions based on the other maps.
Yeah, for sure. It's always the individual choice for everybody what to do. They do have coaches and people they can talk to, obviously. So I'm certain they will find a way forward. It's definitely not down and out just yet. We're just in week 1. I mean, what are we really worried about just yet? It's just the first game, and these teams are going to have a lot more fun and progress throughout the season. Let's see what they end up with in a couple of months, because time flies and practice can make all the difference. For now, though, that's been the end of this particular series, the end of this particular game, the end of this particular Overwatch broadcast tonight on the NECC. But don't worry, we'll be back again with more Overwatch next week. Go enjoy the weekend. Go enjoy the Overwatch League Grand Finals as well. They're going on in Toronto. And stay safe out there.
Later.